Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Woodbine Mohawk Park here on a Monday night as we go back-to-back on our racing days after, again, a troublesome week last week with obviously poor air quality. Things already shaping up to be better yesterday with a dozen plus the two non-wagering races to make for a very long day. And we're back tonight with a baker's dozen on a fast track. Good mix of the pace and trot, about 44 away from the opener. We're at 18 Celsius, 64 Fahrenheit, and a southwest wind at 15 kilometers an hour. Chad Rosema back to call the action here tonight, and because of the cancellations last week, obviously you saw yesterday with some races added, some non-wagering as well, but also that gold in the finale to close out last night's program. With Jody winning with Strobe Light by open lengths in 52 and change. The guys in studio, Randy Waples and John Rollis, they're going to recap that and other things as well, plus a look at the stats over the past week. But here tonight, we've got three rescheduled grassroots for the two-year-old pacing colts and geldings that are going to be the last three races on tonight's program to make up what is obviously a pumped-up Monday with 13 races. That obviously helps the wagering because we're going to have more opportunities for you and an additional pick five for you to play here tonight. Before we get into that, let's get you caught up with our program changes. Race number 1 to kick off the early pick five. The first one is guaranteed at $75,000. We have no changes there. Race 2 is all clear. Third race to start tonight's early pick four. Judges transportation scratch of number 4, My Little Chloe. Take out the 4, My Little Chloe from race 3. Pick 6 wager starts in the fourth where 9, Cupid Hall, goes blinkers to blind. Blinkers to a blind bridle tonight on number 9, Cupid Hall. Tonight's fifth race, number 2, Share Hill. Up front, shoe change from steel to aluminum. Steel to aluminum up front on number 2, Share Hill. The 4, Captain Nathan. A judge's scratch. Take out number 4, Captain Nathan. Scratch judges. Mid pick 5 starts in race number 6. No changes. Race 7, number 3, Life is Great. Blinkers to a blind. Blinkers to a blind bridle tonight on 3, Life is Great in race 7. Tonight's 8th race, number 3, 1, Lucky Beach is missing a chart line. Raced Saturday at Kawartha Downs. Had... says here post position 8. I know in the program it says post 3. Ryan Guy was in the bike, non-winners of 2 or 16.5 on a fast track, and made a break when parked third at the quarter, but then worked that one's way to the lead at the half and at 3/4 and went on to win by 2 1/4 and individually timed in 1:56. So 1 Lucky Beach was a multiple length winner on Saturday night at Kawartha Downs. Race 9 to start the late pick 5. There's no changes. 10th race, number 9, Green 19. Chart lines are up to date. No missing chart lines on the 9. Race 10 is where we start the late pick 4. And then to close out the card, 3 straight grassroots divisions rescheduled from Friday. It's for the two-year-old pacing colts and geldings. No changes in the first one. Race 11's all clear. Race number 12, number 7, Mark the Mechanic. Blind to blinkers. Blind to blinkers on the 7, Mark the Mechanic. And the high five finale, race 13, carryover just shy of 26,000 coming into tonight. And number 3, Cheddar Luck Next Time. Steel to aluminum shoes up front tonight. Steel to aluminum up front on the 3, Cheddar Luck Next Time. Those are the early program changes on a busy 13-race card that's coming your way in just over 40 minutes' time. Downstairs we go. Monday edition of Woodbine Racing Live with Randy and John.
Camfella still the best, 19 in a row. Camfella.
Battle to the wire. Army Chef wins the Simcoe Stakes.
He's big, he's strong, and he has got it going on. Top 25, Canada's horse. Sun Beach somewhere.
Yeah, motivated on focus.
There, off and pacing.
This is the moment. Gotta one on my opponent.
Nick Wicked on the outside.
Gotta get it the mindset. Gotta put it in motion.
You gotta be kidding me. PCI wins the million.
Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, and they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds.
Lean back, get your picture taken.
Crowning moment on Canadian soil for Bulldog Hanover.
Motivated on focus.
A late push from Confederate. It's my show. Wins the big show.
This is the moment.
Happy Monday, everybody, and welcome to another night of racing here at the Woodbine Mohawk Park. We're back in action here for 13 races on tap after 12 last night on Sunday night. Competitive card highlighted by 3 OSS golds, I should say 3 golds that we could actually wager on. There was 5 golds contested yesterday, 2 of which were non-betting races before the start of the card. As I bring in my co-host, the Hall of Famer Randy Waples. All right, we had 12 last night. That was a good fitness tightener for what's in store here tonight. Not many stake events, I should say, from the gold variety, but we've got some grassroots action, I believe, here tonight, and just a really deep card as well, and some tricky races to handicap.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, but we got nice weather.
Yep, that's the best.
Weather tonight. Track's dry. Track's in good shape and that. So yeah, I'm looking forward to tonight. Some of those grassrooters that are in the late divisions there, whatever. There's a pretty good chance that at some point a couple of them might go gold. There's some pretty deep grassrooters in here tonight. There's, I find in the last few years, it just doesn't seem like there's much of a discrepancy between the gold level and the grassrooters there. I mean, you might be looking at 2/5 to maybe a full second. That's it. Like, I mean, it's the grassrooters are tough,
especially in that last race tonight. In the 13th race, that's a pretty competitive field. I know we've got a couple of heavy choices on the morning line, C-Script and forgot the new Tony Montini recruit's name, but
his name is Cheddar Luck. Next time,
that one looks like a big contender. And then we've got the Pete Wren one that he's driving, the odds-on horse. So I'm excited for race number 13, and I'm excited for the card as a whole. But we've got a lot to cover. As I mentioned, we've got 13 races on tap here on this Monday night program. We've got some housekeeping action to look after here on this pregame show as well. But let's kind of take a brief recap of what took place not only this morning but last night as well. We had OSS action that was contested last night, as we mentioned about those golds. And let's take a look at those 2 OSS gold for those 2-year-old filly Pacers, and it was Twinbee Myro, Randy, kicking things off with another stellar score. She was good, but I thought the filly that we backed was runner-up was also great. But a perfect start for that Francis Dumichel trainee, Twinbee Myro.
Absolutely. I mean, you got to say a lot for the filly. You got to say a lot for Francis to have her so good. The whole deal. But listen, this was a good drive. This was a smart drive. You know what I mean? He got away from the ones that he needed to get away from, and at no point was he going to let this filly fall asleep on the front end and let Bob pick him off. I honestly think that Bob's filly was a little bit stronger, but she hasn't been getting left with, you know what I mean? And I don't think last night going for $100,000 would be the night to experiment. I think he did right by her. I think down the road there's probably going to be a point where he maybe floats her out of there and gets her way closer. But right now, I mean, I'm kind of looking at her as being the top one.
They wanted validation if she was a gold filly, and I certainly think they got that with that performance last night. And here's a look at Monte Carlo, one that you and I were looking to play against, and I tell you what, she needed that wire last time up, but this is a really game and tough filly, similar to what we see from these Doc Moore trainees. They're just tough to pass, and Waves of Fortune and Mark McDonald, they had every chance.
Yeah, I've been in both of those positions. I've been the one that's been lucky like Bob, where she kicks back in and keeps going, and you think to yourself, wow, what a creature. And I've also been in Mark's situation too, where it looks like you're going to get there, then the other one finds another gear and pushes forward. You think to yourself, wow, why does that thing have to be so tough,
Speaking of finding another gear, Strobe Light at the head of the lane, he really kicked it into another gear, and I thought that Touched by an Angel was going to sneak away and open up on the field. You turned to me and said, watch until they hit the head of the lane. Strobe Light's going to just roll on by, and that's exactly what he did. You were very confident, and this quote really put it on display.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing with Strobe Light, I think, is that you can't, you're better off just freewheeling with him, and he come first over with him, and I think that that's the big reason why, it worked out for him, because, with a horse like him, big horse like him, you got to start him, stop him, start him, stop him. I don't think he starts up just like on a dime, but I think that when you roll him like that, that's when you're going to get the best out of him.
All right, we got a chance to see some stars, future stars especially, go compete on last night's program. And we got a chance to see some stars compete in the morning. This morning, again, qualifiers being moved to Monday after being postponed from Friday to Saturday to today. And we got a chance to see some, stars that we got a chance to watch on this circuit over the last couple of years. And let's kick it off with qualifier number 4, Emoticon Legacy, back in action for another morning stroll. And it was Bob McClure who was going to be back in the bike, for this well-bred son of Wallner. And I tell you what, another really strong showing for him. I don't know what the game plan is in terms of where he's going to be headed as far as, race action looks like, Randy, but I think he's ready to rock and ready to put forth a good effort next time we do see him in pari-mutuel action.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, that's Jody had Land the Plane. He's not a bad 3-year-old. And look at the separation on these ones. I mean, I got a feeling maybe, Luke probably told Bob, like, get a fast mile into him because maybe he does have a stake race coming up around the corner. But great effort.
Sucks that we didn't get a chance to see him kick off his 4-year-old campaign in the Graduate. I know he was probably gearing up for that, but unfortunately, minor setback there. But good to see him with a couple of nice qualifying preps. All-Star Maniac, nice to see him back in qualifying action. Missed some time, though. I think it's been close to a year that he's been sidelined. We know how much speed this guy has, and I got a chance to speak with Nicolucci earlier today, and I think the plan is to qualify him once more, maybe this week. So it'll be, a 4-day turnaround for All-Star Maniac, but I think the hope is hopefully to race him next week at some point.
Yeah, I mean, interesting to see what kind of a hobble he's got on there because they almost look snug on him right there, you know what I mean? So interesting to see if that, the more miles get underneath him, that gate starts to lengthen.
All right, in a clean deal and day, a couple of the top provincial fillies that we have in that 3-year-old division, they got qualifying as they gear up for what's going to be their next OSS Gold, and maybe it might be this weekend is the next Gold coming up, but I got to double check that, but I thought it was this weekend. But again, we just know what these two fillies are capable of doing, and both of which put forth strong showings in the morning as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, both of them, they were the two best ones last year, and it looks like they've come back to be the two best ones again.
All right, there's our recap from last night's action, those OSS Golds, as well as a few qualifiers that we got a chance to see this morning. We'll touch on some housekeeping as well because, like I said, we've got a busy Monday night pregame show to get through, and stats and standings as far as top drivers, over the past week, and curious to see who's going to make their way on this board because a couple guys I believe had themselves pretty good weeks as well. But more or less, we usually see the same names pop up on this board, Randy, and Louis Watt, leading the charge there with 9 wins, leading the way. Bob McClure second with 8.
Yeah, the big thing that, Louis hasn't been doing any traveling this year as of yet. And those nights that these guys leave on a Saturday night or something, I mean, you'll see Louis down on 6-7 horses per race. So he's got things good right now, and, he's taking the ball and he's running with it.
I believe he will do some traveling on Saturday because I think there's a sire stakes of some sort at the Meadows. And he'll be likely sitting behind Shalom Hanover. We saw debut in 50-4. How impressive was his effort in his career debut?
Wow, huge. And especially talking about gates. Wow, he's got his front feet go further out than his nose.
And Tyler Jones rounding out that week with 4 victories. A couple of big victories there as well. And he's had some success teaming up with Francis Dumichel. And as far as the trainers are concerned, let's see the top trainers on this circuit over the last 5 race days, and Greg McNair leading the way with 3 wins. He sent out a lot of starters over the last week, but again, nice victory there by Osceola, and he's got a lot of provincial horses to look forward to, as he does every year.
Yeah, absolutely. Just always seems to be a part of it there, and that's quite a little, a group there and there. But the one that stands out to me. What about the week that Francis Dumichel had?
3 wins and 6 starters.
50%.
One of which I believe was a long shot. I think close to 40-1 was the one winner. And I think to kick off the card last week at some point, and obviously Twinbee Myro. There was another winner. Maybe it was Dr. Dave. That was the other winner as well. So he's had himself a pretty good week, and I think he's got plenty of reason to be excited about this summer, especially considering what his 2-year-olds have done early on. All right, there's a recap of the stats and standings as far as the drivers and trainers are concerned over the last 5 race days. And let's kick things off here in race number 1, the first of 13 on this Monday night, Randy. So fasten your seatbelts. Let's get this show on the road. A field of 10 going postward here, a maiden trot. Always so much fun to handicap maiden trots. And the current lukewarm favorite at 7-2, Severian. And this is one that's going to be a new purchase here. Going to be shipping in from some tries in the United States. And one that's going to be making his 3-year-old debut here. Look, he never hit the board last year as a 2-year-old, Randy, but he took on much tougher rivals. And from a class standpoint, he really does stand out here in a big way, I would say.
I would have to say as well, and then you throw in that only mile at Grand River Raceway. I know that it's now a 5/8 mile, and I know that it's a lot quicker, but still, that is a big mile in the morning. 57 last quarter and 28-1. The 2 on the outside are going to be tough, but just seems like right now they're just not really in the winning mode. Satu Wanya and Emmy Laurel. So Severian's going to be. Is this the way you're going?
I went to Jenny DeVie only because I think if she stays at it, I think she's one of the faster horses in this field. But this Pat Houdon charge really scares me from a class standpoint. But I just wonder if this is one that needs a start or not. So that's my only concern. But a little bit of a risk there with that Camilla Christoforou trainee. When she's at it, I know she's fast, but staying at it is the problem because she hasn't been able to do that in her young career.
Yeah, a lot of X's there right now, but this will be James's second try.
All right, so there's our thoughts on race number 1, and let's move on to race number 2 because There's a couple of horses that you want to highlight here in this race, Randy. We've got a field of 8 going poster, 2-year-old trotting fillies, and while we've got horses we're excited to see, there also are some horses that have some pretty sentimental backstories, I would say, as well, and that being in particular Buttes Cabaret, who's going to be making her career debut. This is a daughter of International Money that Stephen Bossens trains and co-owns, and I want to highlight her as well because Team Bossens informing me yesterday of a backstory pertaining to this filly. This is the first foal out of the dam, one that Steve Bossens has trained the family, I should say, and has had some success with the family. But this filly, named after his late daughter, who he lost unfortunately 2 years ago, they called her Buttes. So this is a filly that has some sentimental value for Stephen Bossens and company. Again, Buttes Cabaret. So a little added extra meaning here with this filly tonight, and we're wishing them the best of luck. Never something you want to have to deal with, but hopefully this is a filly that can put forth some pretty good moments and added memories in her honor.
Yeah, absolutely. Stephanie Boston's great little horsewoman there. I mean, she was a hard worker, always here, did a great job with her horses and that. And I mean, just, gone way, way too young.
Yep.
I mean, I don't even know, would she be early 30s? She wasn't very old there, hopefully Buttes Cabaret, for those of us that knew Stephanie there, hopefully she ends up being what they want to be. Which replay are we going to show, Javon? Okay, so let's going to start this one, John. We got 2 replays to show here. We're going to show Market High, then we're going to show Buttes Cabaret. Okay, so let's take a look at Market High. 2 qualifiers under her belt. The last qualifier was a chop. She did get picked off, but picked off by Stocks and Bonds. Pretty nice filly. Then she has to come back and face Stocks and Bonds again. And what I liked about this one is Stocks and Bonds, she is going to be the best one, but Mary will spend a long time on the outside. I think that this is going to tighten this filly up, and she just kept coming forward. Nothing flashy or anything, but she keeps coming forward. And like I said, she has been out there a long, long time. So I think that, her being out there that long, the fact that she showed some guts here down deep into the lane, I think that, she could come back with a big improvement, and she is not going to be having to face Stocks and Bonds tonight. She finally gets away from her. But in the meantime, let's take a look at in Buttes Cabaret's how you went.
That's the way I went, yeah.
Okay, so I got her in for second. Let's take a look at the qualifier on Buttes Cabaret, because this is a really nice qualifier. Nice gait. I just watched her warm up. Absolutely stunning. This daughter, really, really good-looking individual here, and I think she's out of the same family as Southwind Coors.
Yep, and I think El Toro Loco, the same family, one that Steve Boston's also trained, and I think a couple of other members in that family as well. But you mentioned gait, really nice strides on this daughter of International Money. She gained enough separation. James not calling on her, just sitting there pretty chilly, and she's just doing her trotting and strutting her stuff. So I thought a really good showing. The filly on the outside, that's going to be Data Privacy. I thought a very underrated qualifier. I know it got beat by several lengths to Buttes Cabaret. I still thought that she was moving well on the end of it. Bob not asking her too much. Even after the wire, she's doing some pretty good trotting, but I thought James's was as well. So, again, I thought both fillies qualified well. My only concern is, again, I don't know how many times I maybe put the rail as over concern, but when you're making your first lifetime start and have to start from the inside, I can't anticipate this filly's going to get away in a great spot. Some other fillies I think are going to be able to flash a little bit more speed. That's going to leave her likely too much work, too late in the mile, in my opinion.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on that one there. The whole thing was where I didn't rank Data Privacy. I got her in for 4th, but I didn't go any higher simply because, like you said, the rail, what's she going to do from that rail? Market High, she does show 2 down where she actually left out of the 7 hole. So I think from the 2 hole, she should be able to punch forward. And if she can stay close to James, she might be able to get the job done. The other Xeron horse in here could be a bit sneaky too. I had her down as sneaky good on the end of it, 9-5, daughter of Captain Corey for Ricky. I thought she was real good on her mile. But again, second lifetime start, how hard are they going to want to be with her?
All right, a lot of eyes on the Market High and Buttes Cabaret as they get set to square off in race number 2. We're going to move on to race number 5 that's going to close out that early pick 5 sequence. A significant scratch here tonight, though, Randy. Captain Nathan not going to be in to go this evening. I honestly thought he was going to be a tough customer to beat in the spot. There's a nice group of trotters here in race number 5. but it was him in particular I thought would be tough to beat because he's been so sharp, and I know he was moving up, but I didn't think that was going to be an issue. Did you agree with that initial assessment? Was that the way you were going to go?
Free square,
yeah.
all over it. I mean, I'm not.
I agree.
When I found out that it just completely, like my whole ticket just got basically destroyed, all because of one horse. You know what I mean? I thought for sure tonight he was just an absolute free square. I didn't think anybody could touch him in here. Now he's out of here. My top pick is going to be One Bell. Always had her in for second. I think she needed that race big time last week, and she spent a lot of time on the outside, first over. So I don't think there has to be anything has to be cutesy-wootsy about it. I think all he has to do is put her into play. She's going to have the 7-hole now, and then see what One Bell can do in here.
I like One Bell. I almost considered using her on top. I think the post kind of scared me a little bit, only because there are some levers to her inside, but the Hamiltonian Oaks eliminations are coming up at the end of the month, and this is a filly eligible to the Hamiltonian Oaks, and I think this is a start where you kind of want to see just exactly what you have before going to the States and taking on some of the best fillies in the division. And at one point last year, we kind of put One Bell in terms of one of the fillies that we thought had a very bright future in terms of, and a very high ceiling in terms of being the best in her division when she was on her game. She hit a lull period, but these next couple of starts I think are going to be the indication of, do we send her or do we just keep her local? And I think this is a big start tonight.
Yeah, I think the form is good.
It's good.
I just think that she needs to get racing every 7 days.
100%.
That's the big thing. And then we're going to start to see a bit more. Did you go back to Hercules?
I did go back to Hercules. Yeah, you know what? Middle of the gate draw.
Yeah.
He's back on a regular rotation. That to me is the biggest
Third start
thing.
Lasix.
Third start Lasix, back on a regular rotation, and I think a horse that likely is going to be aggressively handled. So there's my thoughts in race number 5. Our thoughts, I should say. Race number 5. Storybook Love also merits some respect in there, eh?
Oh, you started the feet absolutely perfectly. This is a really deep race.
It changes the complexion with a
Oh,
significant scratch as well. We're going to move on to race number 6 and more rookies here. 2-year-old pacing fillies, Dawn Winners of 1. We got a field of 9. The filly from the far outside, how good was her career debut, Randy? A daughter of Captain Treacherous, who couldn't edge out the $20 Dolly, who we saw come back and put forth a nice effort last night, despite being 4th or 5th. This filly starts from the outside, but man, did she ever do some pacing in defeat last time out. And is that the way you're going to go here this evening?
Yeah, I went that way. I love the qualifier. Put her up on top last week. You know, absolutely loved the way that she raced. It would have been nice to see her get the job done. But $20 Dolly was just, you know, I like the way that Louis raced this one. And $20 Dolly, she was well meant. I mean, he went to the front, and like we talked about last night, at no point was Bert Renault worried last week about it didn't matter who come at him. It didn't matter, you know, who he had to put away. You could just tell, like, he knew he was going to win that race. So I think that she's in a much better spot. Treacherous Nova draws the outside, but I just don't think it's going to matter. I absolutely love the way she qualified and love the way she raced in her last.
And let's look at her most recent effort. And you want to mention that qualifier on June 26th. She qualified with Twin B Myro, who obviously is a perfect 2-for-2 in her young career, and Boardwalk Babe, a Matt Dupuis filly, who was 7th in her first career outing, was very strong, and then obviously came back to win at Pocono last night. So let's queue up this replay here. And that's her first over, and she had to come first over against the JBR in a $20 Dolly. And again, Randy, these are two fillies that did some pacing, a race that nobody deserved to lose that night.
No, and I mean, you know, reading into it, connect the dots on the driver's side, how often are you going to see Louis qualify a horse one time and then come an early first over?
Yep.
There's only one reason why he would do that, if he thought he was the best or she was so deep that he was going to give her an opportunity. And Bert wins, but this filly just wouldn't give up. And I mean, like I said, she was out there a long ways. I just think that this is her race tonight.
All right, I think her biggest competitor tonight is going to be the Sean Stacey Charge Bankroll Hanover. I thought that filly qualified really well. She showed some great wheels on the end of it. I'm going to side with her slightly, but I use both in the pick 5. I don't think you can separate these two by much, but I do think the fact that Treacherous Nova does have a tightener under her belt, I think she's got the advantage in that regard.
Yeah, I got her in for Treacherous Nova, got her on top. Bankroll, the one that you're going to put her on top.
Yep.
I threw her in on the bottom. The one that kind of scares me a little bit is this Rail Horse.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I got her in for second. I think that she can come up with a nice one, this Legacy of Venus.
All right, that's race number 6. That's going to kick off the mid-pick 5. Again, we've got 3 pick 5 sequences with the addition of a couple of races here on this Monday night program. So we're going to move on to race number 7. We've got some trotters, a field of 10 grassroots starters here from the filly variety. And I think this is a very competitive race here, Andy. I think you can make the case for more than half the field, so I'm curious to know which direction you went here tonight.
I went to the Rail Horse.
Okay.
You?
I went to the far outside, looks to be Magic.
Okay.
I think the horse has been racing well. Post 10 is going to be a bit of a concern here for me, so I'm hoping that she can get situated in a good spot. But how sharp is this Peter Hamilton trainee? One that he owns and bred as well. She's just a win machine this year. 7 wins and 10 starts.
Yeah, and look who he picks up, Trevor Henry. You know, I love it. So, look a Diamond is going to be the way that I'm going to go. Has the rail, but she's also wears the trotting hobbles. Does a lot of her racing on the half-mile track. She had the rail at London. That didn't bother her any at all. She punched out of the 7-hole last week at Hanover. In a quarter and 28-2. That's a pretty good quarter at Hanover, 28-2. So I like her. I think that he can race her either way, and I think that she can be good in here. I didn't use Looks to be Magic, but in my opinion, the one that's second best in here is Timeless.
Yeah, Timeless, a good draw to work with. She's handy. We know she can leave out of there, and I think she's going to get situated in a good spot. Looks to be Magic. It's tough because there could be some levers to her inside, and I could be in a heap of trouble. Press on Bally Keel, I think, has, put forth some good efforts over her last few tries, but again, post number 9, and even some other ones from the inside, Randy, they just don't like to win, but the efforts have been strong.
Yeah, no, it's not a deep bunch, but they're very competitive.
Absolutely.
What we have, they're basically at the same level.
Did you go deep in the pick 5 there, though?
In
that
the
late one?
late pick 5, I went
just too deep?
What race is that?
Race
7? 2 deep, 1 and 7.
1 and 7. All right, the 2 that you feel the most confident in there. We're going to move on to race number 8. We've got a field of 8 going postward, a pacing event here. And far outside, we're going to get a chance to see Major Mickey making his second start back after, wasn't a big layoff. Just last raced on June 27th. Was scratched, I should say, out of that contest and needed a qualifier to get himself tight. Needed probably a race under his belt. Didn't do much last time out as a horse that took a lot of support, but was in with some other horses that were razor sharp though, Randy. But Major Mickey, I thought that he raced really well in spite of not picking up an extra position in that contest. 12-1 morning line. We're not going to get anything close to that after being, especially with the scratch now to 7. This is a horse we know has a lot of ability.
He's got Johnny Angel speed,
Yep.
Go Gadget speed, very, very quick,
Yep.
this horse. So they qualify him, he misses some time, but they qualify him on July the 6th. And that's kind of important in my eyes because the first race back is July the 11th. Only 5 days separation for a horse that had missed a little bit of time. I got a feeling that maybe Benny said to Bob McClure or whatever, listen, this horse is coming back on a 5-day cycle. He's missed a lot of time. Don't go too hard on him his first start. And I think that that's what we got, but he was good on the end of it. Paces a back half in 53 and 4, an overall mile of 51 flat. That's 2/5 of a second quicker than his lifetime mark. So for him to miss that time, have one qualifier come back with kind of a stale kind of an effort, but yet he paces faster than his lifetime mark, I say he's good to go, and he has the 8-hole to work here. But again, well done, Jimmy Gillespie. This is another really well put together field here.
They've been working hard. I mean, they've had to kind of call audibles with some of these cancellations and putting together cards. They've been busy, that race office, without a doubt, as they are this time of year, but especially as of late. I went to One Lucky Beach. I made an error, a Rallis error. I mean, I don't have Corona Sealster on top. It was just a malfunction of pressing the 4 instead of the 3 as my top pick. So it is going to be One Lucky Beach for me, not Corona Sealster. I didn't factor Corona Sealster in here tonight. I think One Lucky Beach is a fast little horse that Pat Dillon bred. I think this is one that's sitting on a good effort, but it's a tougher task because Dr. Dave has been sharp and Major Mickey has been, is obviously sharp. But I think Major Mickey's is the one to beat in here tonight.
I mean, he's quick, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, when every time that One Lucky Beach shows up on our circuit, he races well.
He does.
He's a pretty nice horse. I got him in for 3rd. I was kind of hoping that maybe you might have missed that one there, but I should have known better.
All right. I think half the field can win, though. I mean, it's
very competitive.
Another short but competitive field, something we've seen a lot of over the last few races.
Well done, Jimmy.
All right, we're going to move on to race number 9, more grassroots starter action here. This, to me, I want to say kind of looks like a 2-horse race in the sense of, is it elbows up or is it Bella Chica? And the last time you and I backed elbows up, we were in a lot of trouble because she didn't look good the moment she, touched down on the track, and she never trotted all that comfortably. And what did it result in, Randy? It resulted in a miscue. So she qualified since, she raced at Hanover since. I thought looked much, much better, than that last time we saw her here on the big track. But post 1. That's the big concern for me. So I ended up going to Bella Chica because Bob can get out of there easily, and she's just so handy right now. I mean, he can just drive her any which way he wants.
I went with the top,
Okay.
the inside 4 in this race. I went upgrade.
All right.
Yeah, that's where I'm going to go. I'm going to go her Rare Legacy in for second. I like elbows up, but like you talked about it with the rail, I'm not really sure, how hard he's going to want to be to push her out of there. She had the rail at Hanover, got away 6th. She's had the 2-hole here at Flamborough, got away 5th, had the 2-hole here 2 weeks in a row, got away 2nd the one time in 27 flat. So, there's a chance that she could punch out of there, but I'm thinking that maybe not. I like Rare Legacy in for second, and then I threw Bella Chica in for in on the top. I think that when the dust settles, Bella Chica is going to be the last one that touches down on the lead.
You know what? I was probably way too light on upgrade here tonight. Look how dominant she's been in these grassroots tries as of late. Look, this is
She's won 4 out of her last 5 races.
Yeah, I probably made an error on that regard, just maybe not factoring her in a lot higher than I did. But hey, we can't be right all the time, and that's why they raced him. But upgrade, sharp.
Yeah.
Big ticket purchase, well bred. And you kind of said it before. I mean, you probably should be, cruising in these grassroots tries when you're bred like her. But the biggest thing for her is the confidence is starting to develop more and more.
That's the thing. Like your last 5 starts, she's win 4 races. Now they've all been on, other than the Woodbine one here, but the rest of them have been half-mile track races. But still, $416,000 Harrisburg purchase. So I think that she's finally starting to pay her way.
All right, that's race number 9. We're going to move on to race number 10. That's going to wrap up that middle pick 5. We got a field of 10 going posted here, and again, another competitive group. I would have to say, Bubble Up. One that you want to focus on here, and he had post 9 last time out, and I know he got beat several lengths, but he never had a chance from the word go. There was a sea of levers. Unfortunately, he never got a chance to see a set of pylons, and he was in a tough spot from the word go. Post number 6 here tonight. A start like that, I think this is his race to lose, in my opinion.
Agree.
Okay.
Completely agree. I mean, let's take a look at the replay on him. I thought that maybe just, the positioning wasn't the best, but there was nothing Scotty could do about it. He tried to leave with a horse that they hadn't been leaving with. He had an outside post. He tried to get him involved. He was up a class, but it just didn't work. But again, for the second week in a row, even though it just didn't work out the middle part of the race, he's flying on the end of it. So, I'm going to go with him in here. I think that, maybe it didn't work the way that he wanted it to last week, with the leave, but I think the horse learned a little bit of something from that. So maybe he's not going to just be able to rocket him right to the front, but I do think he's going to be able to hold position or maybe improve a little bit. And I don't care if he has to come first over with this guy. I think he can take a lot of air in this group. And here he is right now, like Scotty. He's really one of the only horses that has live legs on the end of it.
I completely agree. I don't care if he has to go first over, but I don't want him to have to come first over from 8th or
No.
at the back of the pack like he did a couple of starts ago as the 3 to 5 favorite, because there's still some horses that I think merit respect, and you and I both have those horses underneath. I Am is one that definitely merits respect here. Just start number 7 in his young career. And I do think that, obviously a horse like Dusty Rhodes never really had a chance last time out, but this is a sharp racehorse. He got a start at a tougher class last time out, back down, dropping in class. Post 10 or not, he's pretty handy, and he can get himself situated off the gate.
I'm thinking he can get onto the ticket. Now, I see you use Go Roscoe. Would that have anything to do with the other Mayotte horse that raced incredibly well last night?
Certainly not going to hurt.
I
do think this is a horse that could hit that. He can, pick up a piece if he's at his best, but I think he's going to have to reach back for a little bit more. But how good was Get the Green last night?
Unbelievable. And sometimes that's what you get, eh? When one horse starts to win in a stable, it seems like they all start to win. But the Mayotte horse last night was incredible. And, I didn't use him in here, but I noticed that you threw him down in on the bottom.
All right, we're going to move on to race number 11, and that's going to be the last pick 3 opportunity of the evening. More grassroots action here, a field of 8. And we're going to get a chance to see the Swooper dropping out of a gold try. Look at who finished ahead of him, T.H. Benedict and Stampede. I think this is a much more manageable spot for him to get the job done. And that's the replay that you want to focus on because, again, he was raced hard against a couple of tough rivals, and he raced awesome last time. A Big D Energy, I think one that also merits some respect in here. I went his direction, but the Swooper, he's without a doubt the one to beat in this spot.
Any ideas why he's named the Swooper?
No, I do not.
No, really? A sports guy like you, we can play it, Javon. Go ahead and play this. See the last name on the ownership, Wayne Carlton? That is an ex-NHL hockey player. And his nickname as a hockey player was the Swooper.
Okay.
So that's why he's the Swoop.
What year did he play?
Oh, long. It might have even, you know something? It might have been the California Golden Seals. That's your grandfather's age. I can remember
never heard
that
of
team.
them, so that explains why I don't know what the
There
Super
you go.
is. But I tell you
Anyway.
what, he's got some speed though.
He does. He
Yes.
does. Yeah, and he races good, shows a little bit of toughness. You know what I mean? I like the build of him. Kind of a portly little dude. I like the fact that Dougie can kind of get into him, you know, and he keeps going forward. But he just wasn't enough for these couple here. But I thought it was a really, really good effort. And this is a much different group.
Certainly didn't want to pack it in.
No.
Not outing. I think this is one that's going to benefit from a start like that and just simply benefit from taking on a much softer group. I know he's going to be tough to beat in this spot. I like the way Big D Energy raced, though. I like the way he's qualified. Just takes some time to get into gear, but man, he's going to need to get away better than towards the back of the pack from the inside draw. Hopefully, Mark, can get him situated off the gate. He almost doesn't look like he's pacing as smooth at times, though. I'm not sure if it's a hopple thing or not. I mean, it's kind of well above my pay grade, but this is a horse that when he gets it into gear and he's pacing smoothly, he can make up some ground.
Yeah, control the moment out of an American Ideal, double bred for speed there. Best of luck in the race coming up with the Swooper. Best of luck, Cousin Gordy, also a part owner of the Swooper.
All right, that's race number 11, and we're going to move on to race number 12. That's going to kick off that late double and more grassroots action here. A Field of 8 going closer than T.H. Theo. Another Greg McNair trainee dropping out of a gold. I mean, this is a great spot for him, to convert and potentially get the job done. I went to Mark the Mechanic, Randy, in this spot, hoping that he can take another step forward. But, I mean, T.H. Theo, do you agree with me that he should have every opportunity in this spot?
I think so. He's the route that I'm going to go. But I got your horse in for second, Mark the Mechanic, and he's going to get a bridle change sent in tonight from Gerard Demers. They're going to take the blind bridle off of Mark the Mechanic and go to a set of blinkers on him. This is a cattle wash out of a Dragon Again mare. I absolutely love that cross. So I like him in here. But T.H. Theo, I agree with you. I think that this is a big drop down for him leaving the golds.
I'm intrigued by Cherry Bomb. I'm not going to say that I absolutely love him, but I'm intrigued by him. I didn't want to leave him off my pick 5 ticket just in case he could step up with a big effort. But I think T.H. Theo, he's going to have every opportunity to get career victory number 1 and start number 3. We're going to move on to race number 13, and that's going to wrap up the action here on this Monday night program. And this is a really deep race. Again, another short field with a deep group. You've got C-Script looking to stay a perfect 3 for 3 in his young career. And you've got Cheddar Luck next time, who was purchased by a new ownership group and going to be trained by Anthony Montini, who's one of the co-owners on the Gelded Son of Better Than Cheddar. And I think his efforts have been sharp in his first 2 career outings. And, he might need to find a little bit more, but look at who he finished a runner-up to. Atlas Ross, who won a gold last night, and C-Script, who has just continued to drop time and take steps forward here in his young career. So pretty good reference point there, but he's going to need to beat Greg's charge here, I'd say.
I agree. And we're going to show the replay of C-Script in his last victory. He was an easy winner in a grassroots mile in 52 last quarter and 26. But the thing is he had the 6 hole. He left out of there. Then he made another move. Then he made a third move. And this is where we're going to basically be starting to pick him up right now. McNair is back on top with this guy. And I like this. This is an bit of an old breed. This is a sports rider out of a Captain Treacherous mare, but still, this is another sports rider. We've seen a few of them come back to play this year, and look at this guy. I mean, it looks like at all points somebody's going to start to swarm him, but every time Dougie says, hey, let's go, he goes, and now at this point, he's doing it on his own. Dougie's just riding along, you know what I mean? So I really like this horse. Multiple moves in that race, and still, look at the separation. So I like him back here with the rail. I really like the horse that you're going to put up on top too. I threw him in for second. Tony Montini going to send a shoeing change in on Cheddar Luck next time. He's going to take the steels off. They're going to go to a set of Nikes aluminums up in front. And, great connections that this one was bought off of. So this was Christina Ray was training this one. Her and her husband, Brad Ray. Brad Ray used to do a lot of driving years ago. Really, really sharp driver. But they look after their horses really, really well. So I think Montini has got himself a very, very nice horse that's been handled with kid gloves.
All right, competitive way to kick off this program. I think Odds on Hoaxster One that also merits some respect, that Hoosier Park shipper there for Pete and Melanie Wren and Odds On Racing. All right, that's going to wrap up our preview on this 13 race program, and let's look at some multi-leg ticket ideas. And Randy, you're on the hook first for that early pick 5.
Yeah, I was going to start out kind of slow, John, but it's going to pick up momentum at the end of it there. So I'm going to start off with a single of Severin in the first race. Then I'm going to go Market High and Buttes Cabaret in race number 2. Back to a single of Mare Fromage. First start Lasix for Team Cullen. I think this is going to make a big difference. You know me, I'm usually a second start Lasix guy, but I find sometimes horses that are still winning, even if they're bleeding at that point, I think that first start will work. Race number 4, I power up with 6 numbers in there, and then in race number 5, I got 3 numbers to close it off. One Bell will be my top pick.
I know it's tough for you to even go 3 deep in a race where you specifically loved one particular horse and Captain Nathan's, but you've got some good coverage there to close out the program. 4 deep for me to kick off this program. Maiden Trots, I just struggle with this mightily. Buttes Cabaret, going to be going all in on her. Mayor Fromage and Missy Rocks, I'm going to trust those 2 hopefully in race number 3. Barbara May, I'm just going to hope. Look, this is a great spot for her to start developing some confidence. I thought she raced well last time out in a gold. This is her opportunity, I think, to take advantage of the good draw, a softer spot, and hopefully find her a trip to the winner's circle. And then 4 deep in race number 5. One Bell, Cher Hill, adding trotting hopples here tonight for Cher Hill, Storybook Love, as well as Hercules. So that's how I see my early pick 5. I'm not sure if we're going to look at some late pick 5 ticket ideas or not, or if we're going to go straight to the 4.
Oh, there's a midder.
Oh, there's a mid pick 5. So let's look at the mid pick 5 ticket, Randy. Treacherous Nova and Bubble Up, those are going to be bookend singles for you, but you've got some coverage in between.
Yeah, I mean, Treacherous Nova, Lover, 9-hole or not, Bubble Up, I don't care if he comes first over. I think we're good to go. And then, like I said, it's just, covered it up in the middle part. Race number 7, bit of a problem with that one because I don't know much about Look a Diamond, but I do think that Timeless is getting a little bit better. And then in race number 8, kind of powered back up there, or race number 9, powered back up there using 4 picks in there.
All right, I think I just have one single in that mid-pick 5. I'm going all in on Double Up, and then I'm just going to use a couple of horses. Again, should be One Lucky Beach. It was my error instead of Corona Sealster. Should be One Lucky Beach there in race number 3, as well as Dr. Dave and Major Mickey. But 2 by 2 by 3 by 2, and then I will be going all in on Bubble Up in race number 10. Thanks again to the production crew for fixing my screw up. But yeah, same 3 for you in that race. All right, and there's a look at some mid-pick 5 tickets as well as some early pick 5 tickets, and we'll look at some late tickets as well. And let's look at your late sequence. Back-to-back Greg McNair singles in race number 12 and 13 for you.
I both of them dropping out. Oh, well, C-Script has just been huge, but TH Theo, coming out of the gold, I think that's a good reference on him, and the rest of it, again, just fairly logical in there. The race number 11 could be a little bit tough, but I like my singles.
All right, you and I going head-to-head in the finale. You go C-Script, I go Cheddar Luck next time. We'll have to make a coffee wager of some wrap things up. Bubble Up, I'm in agreement with you. I'm going to be singling him and hoping for the best in some of those other legs. All right, there's a look at some multi-leg ticket ideas. Again, 3 pick 5 sequences this evening, starting in race 1, 6, and 9. And we're going to look at some plays of the night. And Randy, let's look at your 4-pack this evening.
Okay, going to start off in race number 2. That is going to be Beat the Favorite. Is going to be Market High for Mario and Susie Kerwood. Waples Watch, Mare Fromage, First Start Lasix for Team Cullen. And worth a look, Major Mickey, coming off of just the one race, but a very short rotation from that qualifier to the race. Only 5 days separation, so I kind of expected him to be raced easy in that first one, and then my all-in is going to be Bubble Up.
All right, I like it. You and I both on board there with Bubble Up and Mare Fromage, but Bubble Up going to be my rebound play. My all-in is going to be Buttes Cabaret. My price play is going to be Hercules. My best bet's going to come in the finale, Cheddar Luck next time. So there's our thoughts, and let's look at some resident handicappers and their thoughts and selections. If you want, you can go check their picks on social media, and they'll be on the scroll board all night long. So we've got 13 races on a busy Monday night program. Randy and I are going to be here all night long, and we're going to stop for a couple coffee breaks in between because we've got a long one tonight.
This summer, experience the thrill of Canada's biggest race day, the King's Plate, Canada's most prestigious horse racing event, where elegance meets excitement and tradition meets celebration. Tickets on sale now at kingsplate.com.
Winbag Farm graduates are born to compete and raised to win and have made over $480 million and have won over 50,000 times. Yearlings for sale in Goshen, Ohio, Lexington, London, and Harrisburg. Featuring first crop yearlings sired by Meadowlands Pace winner Beach Glass, Adios Pace winner Cannibal, O'Brien Award winner Lawless Shadow, multiple O'Brien Award winner Tattoo Artist, and Van Patch Award winner Volume 8. Yearlings eligible for multiple racing jurisdictions. For more information, visit winbackfarm.com.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label was sing with notes of sweet, smooth coffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we take a run through the changes again, in race number 8, just want to pass along that number 3, One Lucky Beach, originally reported as missing a chart line. In fact, not missing any chart lines. Chart lines are up to date. Just a program error there. That horse did not compete July 18th at Kawartha Downs. Additionally to that, we have a scratch of the 5, Wind Sun Tuxedo, Judges Transportation, in race number 8. First race trotters on parade. Leading off, number 1, I Drink She Drives. Bob McClure in the bike. Steve Boston's trains and owns with Richard Thompson, Derek Reed, and ECS Racing. Mike Whalen driving the 2 Dulce Suenosdale. Walt Whalen trains for Christopher Nickel. Number 3, Severian. Pat Hudon trains and drives for Sean Garvey. 4 in the group switch gets Travis Cullen at the controls. Terry Gallant trains for owners Bill Maines, Bill Cripps, and Steve Papillon. The 5, Jenny DeVee, driven by James McDonald. Camilla Christoforou trains and owns with Harold Lumbus, Christoforou, Aristide Arasakis, and Irvan Holdings Incorporated. Number 6 is Stormont Fried Boy. Tyler Borth at the lines. Kevin Ben for Stormont Meadows. Tyler Jones drives the 7 in session. Dustin Jones trains for Dustin Jones Stables Incorporated, Golden Bear Racing, Gestion C. Levesque 2005 Inc., along with Benoit Gagnon. Number 8, Carrots Runaway. J.R. Plon in the bike. Shane Weber for Tom and Elizabeth Rankin. Trevor Henry pilots the 9 Sat to Vanya. Shannon Henry trains for Trevor Henry Stables Incorporated, David Hudson and Jim Fleming. And starting on the outside is number 10, M.E. Laurel. Mark McDonald in tow. Justin Turcotte trains for Gestion Jean Blais Incorporated. That's your group for the Monday opener on a busy 13-race card. Our first of 3 Pick 5 opportunities. The early one guaranteed at $75,000 starts in 3 minutes.
On track here as we get set for race number 1. As you see the timer going off there, so not much time to get the rest of your pick 5 tickets in, but a pool of $41,000 and climbing, a field of 10 going postward here, and maiden trots, Randy, they're very, very tricky to handicap, but a lot of people on board with your top selection. Severian, who is going to be making his 3-year-old debut, but this is a son of Chapter 7 who was taken on tougher, and he's got some class here and some pedigree as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this isn't the first dance that we've seen Pat do this with. You know, he's made a good career out of taking a lot of these, horses with good breeding or some potential, and then he kind of, manages them back or whatever, changes their equipment, does it his way. I mean, this horse looks fantastic out there right now. So, yeah, he's going to be my top pick in here. I do like the 2 outside horses. My problem is that they just don't seem like they want to win races right now.
That's the biggest thing. I thought they actually both raced well. I mean, Memi Laurel nearly got there in that gold, and Satu Vanya, a horse who was beaten 6 lengths, but that's the best I've ever seen her moving on the end of it, and I put positive, points on that effort in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, if you look, and even like with Emmy Laurel, it's a fantastic goal that she put together there. But you go down the race before that, she was in a maiden. Yep. She took good support and just couldn't finish the mile off, and that's what I mean. It just seems like they look for excuses to get beat. They're both racing good. They're both good money makers, but they just, for whatever reason, don't seem to want to get their nose out there front. So I'm going to go to the one that, he only shows the 1 win, and it was a qualifier, but it was a good win. So I'm going to go with that one.
It's amazing, though, because they're not winning in maidens, but I almost feel like they're racing better in the golds against tougher. It's just bizarre that they just can't get up there as of right now, but sooner or later, they're going to pick up a victory. I went to Jenny DeVee. I think the starter of Green Manali, she's got some speed. It's a matter of, is she going to stay trotting? And the early indications, this is a filly that just, for whatever reason, can't seem to stay at it, but I know if she stays at it, she can put forth a good effort. So that's what I'm hoping for, especially at 10-1.
Yeah, it's weird, because, I mean, she shows them making a break from the 6th hole behind the gate, which is usually our easiest position. But then she gets through all these rails, no problem. But then she makes breaks, sometimes at the end of the mile. But it just seems like, where she has an excuse to make the break with the rail behind the gate, she's good to go.
Another one that's good for a piece in session. Again, just a consistent on-the-board finisher, but she just kind of lacks that, killer punch to finish off the miles.
Yeah, that's the big thing with her. She just does not seem to have that big move on the end of it there to hold these horses off. I think he's probably going to come out of there with her again. And again, that's kind of, I'm hoping that maybe Pat not necessarily bolts out of there, but at least moves forward off the gate.
All right, well, they're getting set to go to the gate here for this first of Monday. Chad, we had to be here for 14 races last night. You were fortunate enough to have the Sunday off, and hopefully we can call you in to relieve us from the bullpen maybe if we decide we show a little fatigue.
Well, I'm fresh as a daisy, so why not? Let's go. Ready to get back at it here. We've got first of 13 lining up behind the gate. Wagering opportunities aplenty here tonight. All the best if you're playing along in that first of 3 pick 5s. With the early one guaranteed at $75,000, we kick it off with a group of 10 on the trot. Severian, the new recruit for Pat Hudon and company, will come here to Canada and make his first start in several months, but he's getting plenty of support. It's post time for race number 1. They're all lined up. Here they come. And at the start and away they go. They're often trotting in the Monday night opener. And it's a good start outside for Carrots Runaway and In Session. From the rail, I Drink She Drives. Also into the mix from outer draws, Satu Vanya and Emmy Laurel. And further back, it's Switch. To the inside, Severian parked out. Heading to the opening turn is Jenny DeVee, then Dulce Sueno Steo, Stormont Fried Boy, the early trailer. Carrots Runaway, first turn leader, heading to the opening quarter. A parked out Satu Vanya and Henry drive on, 27-4 opening quarter. M.E. Laurel, bet down as the 6-5 choice, is going to motor up on the outside as they straighten up in the backstretch, and it's M.E. Laurel now clearing in front of Satu Vanya, the pocket rider. Carrots Runaway trots third in front of In Session fourth. Fifth one back, I Drink She Drives, then it's Switch, starting up Severian. And then the last 3 are led by Dulce Suenos Deo, Jenny DeVee's next to last, and 2 more to the trailer, Stormont Fried Boy. Halfway home is Emmy Laurel and Mark McDonald. They're in 56-3 in front of Satu Vanya second. Carrots Runaway still third and In Session fourth. Getting closer on the outside is Severian, now first up, taking over fifth. To the inside, sixth, I Drink She Drives. Switch swings to the outside, then Dulce Suenos Deo, Jenny DeVee, and Stormont Fried Boy. Just under 3/8 to go, and Emmy Laurel now leads 2 in front of a chased along Satu Vanya. Carrots Runaway at big odds, starting to angle to the outside in front of In Session. Severian still fifth, 125 and 1 3/4. Emmy Laurel, the leader 3. Satu Vanya in pursuit second. Carrots Runaway in the center of the track. Off stride there in the stretch. That went Severian. It's Emmy Laurel still by a comfortable 4. In Session closing in the center of the track along with Carrots Runaway and Satu Vanya, but M.E. Laurel, post 10, no problemo. M.E. Laurel, a winner by about 3 in front of In Session and Switch. Mile time, 154 and 4. Ten-7, 4-9 unofficial. Race 1 winner, number 10, Emmy Laurel. She's back in front of us. And now, because of this maiden-breaking score, she'll be even more confident in her next OSS test. The Thorough Bay filly by Muscle Mass is out of the Cantab Hall Dam Crown Laurel. Gestion Johnny playing corporate at home. Justin Turcotte trains. Mark McDonald, the winning driver. It's the maiden breaker. Emmy Laurel with her first career win in what is start number 14. 8 of them this year. 154-4 from the 10 hole at 6-5. Race 1 payouts. Number 10, M.E. Laurel for $72.92.60. Second, 7 in session, $694.60. Third, 4 switch, $10.30. $2 exacta, $23.20. The dollar try, $148.60. Dollar superfecta, $569.60. A little more than 87,000 wagered into the early pick 5 tonight, with just shy of 27,000 of live money. Moving on to leg 2. His first start in several months, but he's getting plenty of support. It's post time for race number 1. They're all lined up. Here they come. And at the start and away they go. They're off and trotting in the Monday night opener. And it's a good start outside for Carrots Runaway and In Session. From the rail, I Drink She Drives. Also into the mix from outer draws, Satu Vanya and Emmy Laurel. Further back, it's Switch. To the inside, Severian parked out. Heading to the opening turn is Jenny DeVee, then Dulce Sueno Steo, Stormont Fried Boy, the early trailer. Carrots Runaway, first turn leader, heading to the opening quarter. A parked out Satu Vanya and Henry drive on, 27-4 opening quarter. M.E. Laurel, bet down as the 6-5 choice, is going to motor up on the outside as they straighten up in the backstretch, and it's M.E. Laurel now clearing in front of Satu Vanya, the pocket rider. Carrots Runaway trots third in front of In Session fourth. Fifth one back, I Drink She Drives. Then it's Switch, starting up Severian. And then the last 3 are led by Dulce Suenos Deo, Jenny DeVee's next to last, and 2 more to the trailer, Stormont Fried Boy. Halfway home is Emmy Laurel and Mark McDonald. They're in 56-3 in front of Satu Vanya second. Carrots Runaway still third, and In Session fourth. Getting closer on the outside is Severian, now first up, taking over fifth. To the inside, sixth, I Drink She Drives. Switch swings to the outside, then Dulce Suenos Deo, Jenny DeVee, and Stormont Fried Boy. Just under 3/8 to go, and M.E. Laurel now leads 2 in front of a chased along Satu Vanya. Carrots Runaway at big odds, starting to angle to the outside in front of In Session. Severian still fifth, 125 and 1 3/4. M.E. Laurel, the leader 3. Satu Vanya in pursuit second. Carrots Runaway in the center of the track. Off stride there in the stretch. That went Severian. It's M.E. Laurel still by a comfortable 4. In Session closing in the center of the track along with Carrots Runaway and Satu Vanya. But M.E. Laurel post 10, no problemo. M.E. Laurel a winner by about 3 in front of In Session and Switch. Mile time 154 and 4. Race 1 finish order from the top down. It goes 10, 7, 9, 3, 8, 5, 2, 6, 4, and 1 on the bottom. Moving on to race 2 next. We have no changes. Post time in 11 minutes. New information in race 13. We do have a scratch now of the 6th, the Dancer's King. Judges scratch. 3, the Dancer's King, scratched out of race 13. Two-year-old trotting fillies for race 2 on parade. Number 1's Data Privacy, Bob McClure for trainer Luke Blay and owner Determination. Number 2 is Market High. Mario Bergeron drives. Susie Kerwood trains for SNR Racing Stable Incorporated. Coral Cliff 3 has Tyler Jones in the seat. Luke Blay trains. Determination owns. Number 4, Buttes Cabaret. James McDonald, the driver. Steve Bossons trains and owns with Steve Palermo and Jeffrey Rook. Number 5, Julie LaBelle, driven by Jonathan Drury, trained by Kyle Bossons for Tamara Vandeville. Number 6, 9 to 5. Trevor Henry at the lines. Rick Zeron for Rick Zeron Stables, Johnny Marveno and HUD Racing Stable. Todd Ratchford, driving number 7, Bluegrass Babe, for trainer Shane Arsenault, co-owns along with William Bigler. And number 8, 12 Karat Gold, driven by J.R. Plon, is trained by Shane Weber for Tom and Elizabeth Rankin. That's your field race 2, wrapping up early double in about 4 minutes.
They're on track here as we get set for race number 2. Emmy Laurel getting the job done, gate to wire, post 10 or not, it didn't matter. She was certainly 6 to 5, the best in there. Too bad, your top choice made a miss. I just would have liked to see him how he finished off that mile in that first race.
Yeah, but I mean, halfway around the last turn, it looked like he was pretty well on stall at that point anyway, you know what I mean? So I don't think he was ever going to get to her. She didn't come much on the end of it, only come 29 and change, but it was more than enough in that field.
All right, we're going to get a chance to see some of these rookie trotting fillies here in race number 2. And there's a look at my top selection and the current even money favorite, Buttes Cabaret, and one that Stephen Boston's trains and co-owns. And a bit of a backstory here with this filly, though, Randy. Of course, one that she's out of a family that he's trained, obviously a sibling to Southwind Coors as well. But this one, a little bit extra meaning there for Steve Boston's and company. Named after his late daughter, who he unfortunately lost a couple of years ago. They called her Buttes. So they named this first foal out of in honor of his daughter, his late daughter, and they called her Buttes, and they're hoping that Buttes Cabaret can do some pretty good things out there on the racetrack. So it would be pretty cool to see her put forth a pretty good effort here tonight.
Absolutely, it would be, and she's gorgeous looking. I went down and seen her earlier there, and just a stunning looking individual. Really, really is. Looks good out on the track. We showed you the qualifier. It was a good one as well. I'm going to throw her in for second, but she's going to be your top pick in there. They could have actually come up with another nickname for Stephanie instead of Buttes. They could have called her Smiley. She had an incredible smile.
Really? All right. Well, hopefully she can put forth a pretty good effort. Again, like we said, it would definitely mean a lot more than just a victory. There's a look at your top selection, Market High. I thought that was a nice debut, and she's a nice-looking filly out there. Look who she got beat by, Stocks and Bonds, who I thought was large in that outing, and she just looks out there. She's just a free-flowing filly, isn't she?
She is, and she never gave up last week. She was on the outside a long ways and still mustered 27 and change on the end of it. I'm wondering what's going to happen if he can get her into a good spot, if he bombs her out of there, say she lands second or third and doesn't have to move. I'm going to wonder what she can do on the end of it because, like I said, she covered a lot of ground last week and still was moving forward on the end of it.
Data Privacy, I thought she was moving forward on the end of her most recent qualifier, was a runner-up to Buttes Cabaret. I thought it was a strong qualifying effort despite getting beat by a lot, but she's going to have to start from the rail tonight.
She is, and I mean, I'm just, maybe I'm being a little bit picky, but it just seems to me like there's not a 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 1, 2, 3, 4.5 steps right there, right now. So, I like her. I used her in for fourth, like the qualifier. Just not really sure about the way that she's looking heading into the rail position.
Let's get a quick thought on 9 to 5. This is one you are excited to get a chance to see here this evening as well.
Yeah, I think that this one was very live in its last. We didn't do a whole lot, but sneaky good on the end of it. This 6 horse, if he comes out of there with this horse, I mean, this could be very, very interesting. This is a daughter of Captain Corey, but I really liked her last week.
All right, race number 2 getting set to go to the gate. Best of luck.
Rookie trotting fillies, group of 8 to wrap up our early double. Buttes Cabaret, daughter of international money, comes from a great family. Is heavily favored to kick off her career with a victory. She's 4 to 5, Market High inside. Rallied to be third in her debut. She's 2 to 1. Data Privacy now at 5 to 1 from the rail, 1 of 2 for Luke Blaine Determination. It's post time for the second. Fillies are all lined up. Here they come. Missing the start, a few outside. 12 Karat Gold, away they go. They're off and trotting. And from the inside, Market High, now a bit quicker down the center, Julia LaBelle, and even wider, Bluegrass Babe. Henry's got 9 to 5 into the early mix. So it's Bluegrass Babe and Ratchford to cross over and lead the charge into the opening turn. 9 to 5 will pocket up. Julia LaBelle gets away third in front of Market High fourth. Seat fifth early is Buttes Cabaret, the 4 to 5 favorite right now, about 6 or 7 off the early lead, being tracked to the opening turn by Coral Cliff. Then it's about another 2.5 to Data Privacy, who's being followed by 12 Karat Gold, 28 and 4 opening quarter. And as they straighten up in the backstretch on the move out of fourth, here comes Market High and Mario Bergeon rushing up on the outside after Bluegrass Babe. Market High trying to march her way to the lead. Bluegrass Babe will release 9 to 5. Trots third, Julie LaBelle fourth. Still on hold fifth is Buttes Cabaret. In front of Coral Cliff, next to Laugh is Data Privacy, and trailing continues to be 12 Karat Gold. The fillies are halfway home at 59 and 3. Market High leads. Bluegrass Babe chases second. 9 to 5 is third. Another 2 to Julia LaBelle, being angled to the outside now for step out of fifth. There's Buttes Cabaret getting her cue, and she starts to accelerate here on the turn as they head to the far side. Another 3 then to Coral Cliff, who's 3 in front of the stablemate Data Privacy, and another 2 to 12 Karat Gold. Just over a quarter of a mile remains, and Market Market High set to have some company because here's Buttes Cabaret getting closer on the outside now, second, 2 away, 129 and 2 to 3/4. Market High well rated. Now has Buttes Cabaret setting her sights on the leader in the center of the track, and McDonald calls on her to pick it up. Another couple in behind, a Bluegrass Babe, 9 to 5 in the center of the track. Market High inside, Buttes Cabaret inching closer and wearing her down, and here's Buttes Cabaret up on the outside, getting the upper hand late, and Buttes Cabaret with a winning debut. She'll win by just over a length in front of Market High, 9 to 5, and Bluegrass Babe 157 and 4. Sharp looking debut for Buttes Cabaret. Four, 2, 6, 7 unofficial. Race 2 winner number 4, Buttes Cabaret. Coming back in front of us. Buttes Cabaret, a 2-year-old bay filly by International Money out of the Muscle Hill Dam. Southwind Cabaret is owned and trained by Steve Boston's, co-owned by Stephen Palermo and Jeffrey Rook. Driven to victory by James McDonald. Stephanie smiling down, I'm sure, on Buttes Cabaret's sharp winning debut in 157 and 4. A nice start to the career for the filly. And a great look there. That's Stephanie Buttes Cabaret. Named in her honor, kicks off her career with a victory at 4 to 5. Number 4, Buttes Cabaret, 380, 230, 230. Second, number 2, Market High, 270, 220. Third, number 6, 9 to 5, 350. The $2 exacta, it pays $8.90. Dollar trifecta, $29.90. Dollar superfecta, $104.70. And the $2 early double, $14.60. Still more than 10,000 going strong in live money for that early pick 5 as we carry on to the next leg. rail, 1 of 2 for Luke Blaine determination. It's post time for the second. Fillies are all lined up. Here they come. Missing the start, a few outside. 12 Karat Gold, away they go. They're off and trotting. And from the inside, Market High, now a bit quicker down the center, Julia LaBelle, and even wider, Bluegrass Babe. Henry's got 9 to 5 into the early mix. So it's Bluegrass Babe and Ratchford to cross over and lead the charge into the opening turn. 9 to 5 will pocket up. Julia LaBelle gets away third in front of Market High fourth. Seat fifth early is Buttes Cabaret, the 4 to 5 favorite right now, about 6 or 7 off the early lead. Being tracked to the opening turn by Coral Cliff. Then it's about another 2.5 to Data Privacy, who's being followed by 12 Karat Gold. 28 and 4 opening quarter. And as they straighten up in the backstretch on the move out of fourth, here comes Market High and Mario Bergeon rushing up on the outside after Bluegrass Babe. Market High trying to march her way to the lead. Bluegrass Babe will release 9 to 5. Trots third, Julia LaBelle fourth. Still on hold fifth is Buttes Cabaret. In front of Coral Cliff, next to Laugh is Data Privacy, and trailing continues to be 12 Karat Gold. The Phillies are halfway home at 59 and 3. Market High leads. Bluegrass Babe chases second. 9 to 5 is third. Another 2 to Julia LaBelle. Being angled to the outside now for step out of fifth. There's Buttes Cabaret getting her cue, and she starts to accelerate here on the turn as they head to the far side. Another 3 then to Coral Cliff, who's 3 in front of the stablemate Data Privacy, and another 2 to 12 Karat Gold. Just over a quarter of a mile remains, and Market High set to have some company, because here's Buttes Cabaret getting closer on the outside now, second, 2 away. 129 and 2 to 3/4. Market High well rated. Now has Buttes Cabaret setting her sights on the leader in the center of the track, and McDonald calls on her to pick it up. Another couple in behind, a Bluegrass Babe, 9 to 5 in the center of the track. Market High inside, Buttes Cabaret inching closer and wearing her down, and here's Buttes Cabaret up on the outside, getting the upper hand late, and Buttes Cabaret with a winning debut. She'll win by just over a length in front of Market High, 9 to 5, and Bluegrass Babe won 57 and 4. Sharp-looking debut for Buttes Cabaret. Race 2, finish order from the top. It goes 6, 2, 7, 1, 5, 3, 4, and 8 on the bottom. Race number 3 to kick off our early pick 4 is next. Scratch number 4, My Little Chloe, judges transportation. Post time is in 13 minutes.
Winback Farm graduates are born to compete and raised to win, and have made over $480 million and have won over 50,000 times. Yearlings for sale at Goshen, Ohio, Lexington, London, and Harrisburg. Featuring first crop yearlings sired by Meadowlands Pace winner Beach Glass, Adios Pace winner Cannibal, O'Brien Award winner Lawless Shadow, multiple O'Brien Award winner Tattoo Artist, and Van Patch Award winner Volume 8. Yearlings eligible for multiple racing jurisdictions. For more information, visit winbackfarm.com.
When I think New Holland, the first word that would come to my mind, I would think success. I think without it, for me, the success isn't there.
Whenever you deal with somebody so long and they take care of you, you remember that.
New Holland builds products that will continue to evolve and make the farmer more efficient, that can produce food for the world.
Race 3 Pacers on parade. Number 1, Ram Baron Rose. Tyler Borth in the bike. Pat Rouleau does the training for Stephanie DiPietro, Don Carswell, and Henry Vertoli. The 2 Mayor Fromage, driven by Travis Cullen, is only trained by Grace Marshman. The Divine Miss, number 3, James McDonald at the controls. Randy Ertl trains and owns with Corey Guthrie. Scratch the 4, number 5, Miss Sophia Rose. Trevor Henry in the bike. Jake Roberts for William Brown and Sophia Watkins. Number 6, Fireshine, driven by Louis Waz, trained by Brett Lester, who co-owns along with Michelle Attard. Sylvain Cote owns and trains number 7, Anna's Wish, with Tyler Jones driving. And Missy Roxy 8, Daryl Thiessen in the bike. Pam Forgy for Triple S Equine. That's your field for race number 3. We kick off our early pick 4 wager next. Post time in 5 minutes.
They're on track here as we get set for race number 3. That was a really nice effort there by Buttes Cabaret, and a nice victory. A very busy winner's circle there, deservedly so.
Sentimental.
Yeah, sentimental for sure. And again, they have plenty of reason to be excited about this filly. She looked powerful when James moved her out of a hole.
I liked her better this week than I did in that last qualifier. I thought that she showed a lot more, ability, a lot more versatility this way. She looked incredible.
She certainly did. I thought a nice effort there by Market High. Mario just came back in.
Great drive.
Said I thought I had them.
Yeah, great drive. He just, he was just outpowered.
All right, we're going to move on to race number 3, and that's going to kick off that early pick 4. We're scratched down to a field of 7 and a couple of co-favorites between Missy Rocks as well as Mayor Fromage. And Mayor Fromage, this is going to be second start for Grace Marshman. A solid effort first time out. I thought probably she should have won off that trip, though, truth be told. But now we see Lasix show up here a couple of weeks later. So I think this is a horse that could show some improvement here in start number 2 for Grace.
I completely agree. I think that, she's not missing much. She looks great out on the track. First start Lasix, I'm there she is. I'm not a big, I'm more of a second start Lasix guy, but every once in a while you'll see a horse come along that it's so close, that you would have to think first start Lasix going to get them in the winner's circle, and I'll take a chance with her. She looks incredible. I remember when Homer Martin was bringing her here earlier on, when she was like 3 and 4 and that. Every once in a while she'd come up with some big efforts, and look, last year she took a mark of 52 and change over Grand River. She's got speed.
And the second choice right now at 5-2, Missy Rocks. This is one that I thought put forth a really nice effort on the big track last time. I had an outside draw to work with. Look, she's going to have to start from the outside yet again. I have a feeling that, I could see Daryl wanting to leave out of there and maybe float her out in a better position, especially given the way that she raced last time out.
I think he has to.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing with her. I got her in for third right now, and the biggest reason is, from the outside, what is he going to do with her? He's going to have to get her out of there, at least keep her somewhat close. I just don't know if he can get away last and still get the job done.
We see Miss Sophia Rose, back in a softer claiming spot here tonight, or I think against maybe a more manageable spot. Good gate speed from a better draw to work with. She's one that I think can definitely race well. Just having difficulties winning right now, but this is one that I think is steadily improving on the big track especially.
Yeah, she's consistent,
yep.
Not consistently in the winner's circle, but she consistently puts nice races together, usually has some go on the end of it.
I think Anna's Wish, again, talk about horses struggling to get to the winner's circle, but the efforts have been good, especially her last 2. She really had no chance 2 back, and I thought last time out still raced well to be third. She's inching closer, but I don't know if tonight's going to be the night.
No, me neither, but that was a tough straight 8 last week, so this to me is almost like a little bit of a step down.
And Fireshine, a wild card here. Good draw to work with, taking support to the tune of 9-2. She's 0 for 12, but we've seen good efforts from her last year, so maybe this is a spot where she can wake up tonight.
Yeah, in her last 3 starts, she's been beat combined lengths of about 4 lengths. You know what I mean? She's only getting beat a length and a half, a length every single start. You know that she's close. He's going to sneak her through there one of these times. Earlier on, we were showing you that graph, hot drivers for the week, Louis Wa, number one. So, you know, I mean, at 5-1 with a dangerous horse that's just been falling a length short, I threw him in as in for second.
4-5. That's what the price is on Mayor Fromage, your current heavy choice here as they get set to go to the gate for race number 3.
Lining up behind the gate for race number 3 as we kick off our early pick 4. Even money on the 2 Mayor Fromage. Adds Lasix in the second start for Cullen and Grace Marshman. We'll try to move up off of that third place effort. The clear choice right now on the board as they swing to the top of the stretch. It's post time. At the start and away they go. They're off and pacing. The Divine Miss M leaves out of there on the inside along with Mayor Fromage, and from the outside, Thiessen chases along Missy Rocks to get into the early mix. Cullen pushes through with Mayor Fromage, though, wants to control the pace, and she gets her wish. Mayor Fromage, the first turn leader. Looks like Missy Rocks is going to be able to pocket up in front of the Divine Miss M. Away fourth is Ram Baron Rose. With a seat fifth, it's Miss Sophia Rose. They go by the opening panel of 27 flat. Next to last is Fireshine, the early trailer, Anna's Wish. Group of 7 into the backstretch, and it's Mayor Fromage. 2-1 second choice. Floated up a bit. Is going to be the leader at 3/8 in front of the post-time favorite Missy Rocks at 9-5. The Divine Miss M continues to track third in front of Ram Baron Rose fourth, and it's Miss Sophia Rose. Fire Shine, and another length and a half to the trailing Anna's Wish. Single file group of 7 are now at the half, and it's Mayor Fromage there in 56-4. Missy Rocks in second, the Divine Miss M third. Ram Baron Rose is fourth and staying in. On the move from the back is Fire Shine. Anna's Wish will grab the cover to the inside, locked up Miss Sophia Rose. They're at 5/8 now, and it's Mayor Fromage still the leader length. Missy Rocks right all over the helmet in second and begins to angle now. The Divine Miss M is third to the inside. Ram Baron Rose. Fireshine needs to find more. Anna's Wish stuck on poor cover. Then Miss Sophia Rose. Here's Missy Rocks on the outside, poking the head in front. 126 3/4. They swing for home. Missy Rocks gets the lead and now opens up 3. In behind is the Divine Miss M, taking over second from pace setter Mayor Fromage, but Missy Rocks is well clear here inside of an 8th. It's Missy Rocks and Thiessen on top by about 4 with the Divine Miss M the closest pursuer. Missy Rocks bet down as the choice. She'll win by about 5. The Divine Miss M is second. In between late for third, that was Fireshine. Mile time 1:54 flat. Eight, 3, 6, 7 unofficial. Winner of race 3, number 8, Missy Rock. She's back in front of us now. The 6-year-old bay mare by Pet Rock from the Mistress out of Estrellos is owned by Triple S Equine. Pam Forgy trains it. Daryl Thiessen, the winning driver. Now 2 for 7 this year is Missy Rocks. 18th career score. It's a life's best tonight. 154 flat for the 8, Missy Rocks. Race 3 winner, number 8, Missy Rocks, returns 593.60, 290. Second, number 3, the Divine Miss M, 644.50. Third, 6 Fire Shine, 410. $2 exacta, 34.40. The dollar try, 62 1/4. Dollar super, 172.10. $2 double, 980. Dollar pick 3, 23 even. 28,000 plus wagered in the early pick 4. A little more than 7,100 moves on, and we're just under 2,500 in live money remaining in tonight's pick 5. Effort, the clear choice right now on the board as they swing to the top of the stretch. It's post time. At the start and away they go. They're off and pacing. The Divine Miss M leaves out of there on the inside along with Mayor Fromage, and from the outside, Thiessen chases along Missy Rocks to get into the early mix. Cullen pushes through with Mayor Fromage, though, wants to control the pace, and she gets her wish. Mayor Fromage, the first turn leader. Looks like Missy Rocks is going to be able to pocket up in front of the Divine Miss M. Away fourth is Ram Baron Rose. With a seat fifth, it's Miss Sophia Rose. They go by the opening panel of 27 flat. Next to last is Fire Shine, the early trailer, and his wish. Group of 7 into the backstretch, and it's Mayor Fromage. 2-1 second choice. Floated up a bit, is going to be the leader at 3/8 in front of the post-time favorite Missy Rocks at 9-5. The Divine Miss M continues to track third in front of Ram Baron Rose fourth, and it's Miss Sophia Rose. Fire Shine, and another length and a half to the trailing Anna's Wish. Single file group of 7 are now at the half, and it's Mayor Fromage there in 56 4. Missy Rocks in second, the Divine Miss M third. Ram Baron Rose is fourth and staying in. On the move from the back is Fire Shine. Shine. Anna's Wish will grab the cover to the inside, locked up Miss Sophia Rose. They're at 5/8 now, and it's Mayor Fromage still the leader length. Missy Rocks right all over the helmet in second and begins to angle now. The Divine Miss M is third to the inside. Rambaran Rose. Fire Shine needs to find more. Anna's Wish stuck on poor cover. Then Miss Sophia Rose. Here's Missy Rocks on the outside, poking the head in front. 126 3/4. They swing for home. Missy Rocks gets the lead and now opens up 3. In behind is the Divine Miss M, taking over second from pace setter Mayor Fromage, but Missy Rocks is well clear here inside of an 8th. It's Missy Rocks and Thiessen on top by about 4, with the Divine Miss M the closest pursuer. Missy Rocks bet down as the choice. She'll win by about 5. The Divine Miss M is second. In between late for third, that was Fire Shine. Mile time 1:54 flat. Finish order from race 3. From the top, it goes 6-5-2. Scratch 7-3, 4, and 1 on the bottom. Race 4 to start tonight's pick 6 next. Number 9, Cupid Hall, blinkers to blind. Post time in 14 minutes.
They all like their own, right? Son. Hey, Rick. Son.
Number 1, Just Business leads parade for the 4th. Jody Jameson's in the sulky for owner-trainer Gino Cicero. Number 2, Walner's Grove, driven by Mark McDonald's, trained by Greg McNair for owner Ian Fleming. 3 is Twinbee Showbiz, Jonathan Drury at the lines. Chantel Mitchell trains for owner James Crawford. Number 4, Courtney's Promise. In the bike, Travis Henry, Rick Zeron trains for Zeron Marveno Stable, Greenfield Equine, Krebs Stable, and Margin Breeding. Here's number 5, Barbara May. Doug McNair between the wheels. Greg McNair trains for Tom and Elizabeth Rankin. The 6, Southwind Florence, has Mario Berge on the bike. Susie Kerwood trains and owns a Stanley Zipkin and REW Equine Incorporated. Trinity's Diamond 7, Matt Bax trains and drives for Al Libfeld. Matt Bax also sends out number 8, Acrobatic. For Bax Stable, Don Allenson going to the show stable with Todd Ratchford driving. Here's number 9, Cupid Hall. Trevor Henry drives for trainer Rick Zeron and owner Hutt Racing Stable. And Hobnob Hanover number 10, Pat Hudon trains and drives for owner Sean Garvey. That's your field. Race number 4. We kick off our pick 6 next. Post times in 5 minutes.
They're on track as we get set for race number 4, and that's going to kick off that pick 6 sequence. And there's a look of the one of the field of 10 here. Barbara Mayer, current 4 to 5 favorite. My top selection here in this spot, but a filly that I think should have every opportunity to capitalize, exiting a couple of gold tries and winless in 6 tries, Randy. But again, she won't find a better spot in quite some time than this spot.
No, does she ever have a kind of big loopy gait on her, eh? Like, I mean, just she's not a big horse, but boy, does she ever carry a lot of ground. Stretches right out when she trots. The alarm detectors, I find a lot of them are like that. They have these really fluid kind of gaits, and that's what she looks like she's got. She's in a good spot. She's been racing at the gold level her last 2, picking up money in there. Now she drops down to the non-winners of 2, but unfortunately 1 for 9 last year, 0 for 6 this year. I'm going to take a wait and see. She's your top pick?
She's my top pick. I'm just going to hope that she can capitalize. Again, this is the softest spot she's been in quite some time. Middle of the gate dry. Just feel like everything indicates a big performance by her, but the betting public also seems to agree. You, on the other hand, like Courtney's Promise, Rick Zeron trained filly that added Lasix last time out, and it was able to deliver from post number 8 at odds of 12 to 1. You're not getting that price here tonight, but this is a filly that is getting a lot of respect here tonight.
Yeah, I could see improvement. I mean, I don't necessarily like the way that she was raced first start Lasix, down the road from the 8-hole, but what I liked about it was that they were looking her in the eye early in the mile, and she just kept keeping her head out in front. I'm a bigger believer in second start Lasix. I think that she got raced hard last week, realized that she's not going to be bleeding, and then she's just going to try a little bit harder in here tonight. So I like her, and she looks good out there.
She's piecing it all together. She was always flash speed and talent, Randy, and unfortunately her gait wasn't always 100%, but the trotting hop will certainly have helped, and I think Lasix had just added a little bit more here with her. Sultan Florence, that's going to be a Mario-driven filly trained by Susie Kerwood. They almost got the job done in race number 2, and this Sultan Florence, again, a filly that I think has been racing well throughout 7 starts this year.
Yeah, I think they're sending her off a little light, John, with that 5 to 1. I think that's a bit of a low number. Big reason being her last start, June the 12th, and then she misses all that time to her very, very last start, which is July the 11th. So she missed a whole month before that last start, and she's had 2 9-holes in her last 2 starts. So I think the 6-hole on a better rotation, she could come up with a nice effort in here.
Or Just Business, you think she can get a big piece of this? She's 29-1. She would definitely spice things up underneath.
Another one that's way, they're not taking nearly the support that she should be taking in this race. She's never gone a bad race for Gino Cicero. Sometimes she's out of position. Sometimes she's maybe in a little bit over her head, but she's never gone a bad race. So I like her in here. I got her in for the deuce.
All right, they're getting set to go to the gate here for race number 4. This kicks off the pick 6. Good luck.
Fillies and Mares on the trot for the 4th race. 2 start that pick 6 as the guys talk about are lining up. We've got a group of 10. And Barbara May off of her 3rd place effort in the latest gold for the filly stays in shape. Head of the next test with this event in search of her first win of the campaign. She's 4-5, 3-1 on Courtney's Promise, and 7-2 on Southwind Florence as the power appears to be in the center of the gate. It's post time for race number 4. Here they come. Off stride for the start. That's the one. Just Business. Just Business well back when the rest of the field is led away. And there they go. They're off and trotting, and Henry quickly from the outside with Cupid Hall. He points her after the lead. Barbara May off to a fast start, and Hobnob Hanover from the 10-hole floats out as well. To the inside is Courtney's Promise. For the back 5th is Walner's Grove. Outside of Southwind Florence is Trinity's Diamond. And then we're further back to Twinbee Showbiz. Then Acrobatic. And playing catch-up after the early miscue is Just Business, the subject of the inquiry. Cupid Hall, the leader, to a 28-2 opening panel, with Barbara May now angling off of this bend into the backstretch to go after the command. It's Barbara May. To the lead now for McNair. Cupid Hall will release. Courtney's Promise 3rd. Hobnob Hanover trots 4th. Outside 5th of that one is Trinity's Diamond. And then it is to the inside. Walner's Grove was angling to the outside in front of Twinbee Showbiz. Scooting up the inside in the meantime, Béarjean with Southwind Florence. Following that move is Acrobatic, and much further back, Just Business, the trailer. Barbara May leads nearly 2 past a half of 57-4 in front of Cupid Hall, 2nd at Courtney's Promise. And then to the inside is Hobnob Hanover. The parked out Trinity's Diamond is first over, 5th. To the inside, locked up Southwind Florence. Stuck on some cover right now is Walner's Grove, heading to the final turn. Then Twinbee Showbiz, Acrobatic, and Just Business. Just over a quarter of a mile remains. Barbara May the leader 2. Cupid Hall 2nd, Courtney's Promise. Angles to the outside from 3rd, 126-1 to the 3rd panel. They swing for the straightaway, and Barbara May lets it out another notch. 3 in front of her closest rivals. Cupid Hall chased in behind. Courtney's Promise on the outside. Southwind Florence with clear sailing now in the center of the track is beginning to rally, but Barbara May and a comfortable Doug McNair are just cruising on to victory here, and it's going to be a shutdown Barbara May by about 2.5. In front of Cupid Hall, look like Southwind Florence up over Courtney's Promise. 154 for Barbara May. 5964 unofficial on the board with the inquiry sign up as judges look back to the start in regards to the one just business. Please hold all tickets. Race 4 winner number 5, Barbara May, in front of us now. The 3-year-old Bay Filly by Alarm Detector from the Angus All Dam Absolute Sealsters, a winning homebred for owners Tom and Elizabeth Rankin. Greg McNair trains Doug McNair in the bike for Barbara May's first of the year in 7 tries. Now a 2-time winner. She trots a lifetime best 154 here tonight. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. In regards to that inquiry, you can see here from this shot that when the field was let go at the beginning, number 1 Just Business was inside the fair start pole. Everybody was deemed to have received a fair start. No reason for any refunds here. 5964 on the board, still unofficial. Now official, here are the payouts. 5 Barbara May, 350, 240, 210. Second 9 Cupid Hall, 1190 and 620. Third 6 Southwind Florence, 330. 36.60 for the $2 exacto. $1 try pays 54.45. $1 super, 97.60. $2 double, $13. Another pick 3 wrapped up. For $1 you get 16.55. 2,900 plus live in the pick 4, just over 1,200 in the pick 5. Heads to the final leg. And tonight's pick 6 wager, almost 5,400 wagered, with just over 2,900 of live money. Moving on to leg 2. post time at race number 4. Here they come. Off stride for the start. That's the one. Just Business. Just Business well back when the rest of the field is led away. And there they go. They're off and trotting, and Henry quickly from the outside with Cupid Hall. He points her after the lead. Barbara May off to a fast start, and Hobnob Hanover from the 10-hole floats out as well. To the inside is Courtney's Promise. For the back fifth is Walner's Grove. Outside of Southwind Florence is Trinity's Diamond. And then we're further back to Twinbee Showbiz. Then Acrobatic. And playing catch-up after the early miscue is Just Business, the subject of the inquiry. Cupid Hall, the leader, to a 28-2 opening panel, with Barbara May now angling off of this bend into the backstretch to go after the command. It's Barbara May. To the lead now for McNair. Cupid Hall will release. Courtney's Promise third. Hobnob Hanover trots fourth. Outside fifth of that one is Trinity's Diamond. And then it is to the inside. Walner's Grove was angling to the outside in front of Twinbee Showbiz. Scooting up the inside in the meantime, Béarjean with Southwind Florence. Following that move is Acrobatic, and much further back, Just Business, the trailer. Barbara May leads nearly 2 past a half of 57-4 in front of Cupid Hall, second at Courtney's Promise. And then to the inside is Hobnob Hanover. The parked out Trinity's Diamond is first over, fifth. To the inside, locked up Southwind Florence. Stuck on some cover right now is Walner's Grove, heading to the final turn. Then Twinbee Showbiz, Acrobatic, and Just Business. Just over a quarter of a mile remains. Barbara May the leader, 2. Cupid Hall second. Courtney's Promise angles to the outside from third, 126-1 to the third panel. They swing for the straightaway, and Barbara May lets it out another notch, 3 in front of her closest rivals. Cupid Hall chased in behind. Courtney's Promise on the outside. Southwind Florence with clear sailing now in the center of the track is beginning to rally, but Barbara May and a comfortable Doug McNair are just cruising on to victory here, and it's going to be a shutdown Barbara May by about 2.5. In front of Cupid Hall, look like Southwind Florence up over Courtney's Promise, 154 for Barbara May. Here's how they all finished in race 4 tonight. From the top, it goes 10-8-5, 4-1-3, 7-9-2, 6 on the bottom. Race 5 coming up next, where number 2, Cher Hill, steel to aluminum up front. The 4 Captain Nathan, a judge's scratch, 10 minutes to post. Introducing the field for race 5. Number 1 is Storybook Love. Todd Ratchford drives. Matt Bax trains for Al Libfeld and Brad Grant. Number 2 is Shara Hill as Doug McNair and the sulky Greg McNair trains for owner Tom Hill. Bob McClure drives 3, Green Arrow Hanover. Sean Stacey trains for Mark Stacey, Bertrand Gillespie stable. 4 is out. Number 5, Tahanta. Travis Cullen drives for trainer Ken Susie and owner Jeff Susie. Number 6, Hercules, driven by Mark McDonald. Justin Turcotte trains for Écurie Provocante. Number 7, French Money Hanover. Trevor Henry and the bike. Sandy Lawrence trains and owns with Travis Moore, Sean Irvin, and There Goes My Pension stables. The 8-1 Bells, driven by Tyler Borth. Matt Bax trains for Al Libfeld. Jonathan Drury driving number 9. I'll Have the Red. Rick Zeron trains for Rick Zeron stables. James Walker and Johnny Marveno. And Kayla's In Charge, number 10, has Travis Henry in the sulky. Vicky Gregg trains and owns with Louis Gregg and James Dale. That's your field for the 5th race. It's coming up in about 5 minutes.
Number 5, and this is going to close out that early pick 5. I think these pick 5s pay pretty well, all things considered, especially with short prices across to kick off this program. And there's a look at your co-favorite at 2-1. Shara Hill, Doug McNair and Greg McNair looking to double up here for the 2nd consecutive race. This daughter of Muscle Master Randy tonight, she's going to be adding trotting hobbles. Curious to see how that helps. But as you taught me, straight to the bike here. So this is one that definitely needs them here, you would say, no?
Yeah, but the only thing, that is the way. If they're belly hobbles, that only go to the belly, I honestly do believe that they just need it for their psyche, just to feel that touching their legs so that they stay on the rhythm. When it goes to the bike, then that's a more severe hobble. But this one here, they have them very, very loose.
Okay, yeah.
They're extremely loose. So, I think that she is just on the verge of being a perfect gaited horse, or maybe she might need a little bit of help right at the end of her mile, and that's why they got them on the way that they do. It'll be interesting to see how she adjusts to them, because some people, they believe that when you got the hobbles on, they don't try as hard, as they are when they're free-legged. It doesn't do you any good if they're trying, but they're making breaks. So I'd rather have them maybe not trying as good, but staying at it.
Another filly exiting some, Gold Company and some provincial tries here in an overnight, so she should have every opportunity. But Storybook Love, another one who we know has plenty of talent, struggling to get to the win column this year despite some favorable trips. I thought that's exactly what she needed last time out to get driven up the inside. I think she's going to benefit from that going into tonight and even starts further.
100%, John. That's exactly what she needed last week. That's the trip we seen her win the Breeders' Crown with as a 2-year-old. And sometimes that happens. You do so much as a 2-year-old, and then they're looking to see the same results as a 3-year-old, which forces you to the outside, race them a little bit different. You're 100% right. She needed that last week. She will improve off of that, and I hope he's able to more or less come up with the same kind of a trip with her.
I'm curious to see what the stablemate's going to do here tonight. You inherited her as your top pick, One Bell. She's Hambo Oaks eligible. I think this start and maybe another start is going to be crucial in deciding whether they decide to go to New Jersey for that big stakes event.
Yeah, I mean, she had a flat date last time. You know, she raced June the 22nd and then comes back about 3 weeks later on June the 11th, spends a ton of time on the outside, first up with no cover, and still only gets beat 4 lengths on the end of it. Trots home in 28-2, mile in 54. I can see big improvement tonight.
I'm going to go back to Hercules in this spot. Middle of the gate draw. He's back on a regular rotation, one that I backed last time out. I loved his race when he was first start Lasix. I didn't love his effort last time out. I'm hoping he can bounce back now that he should be a little bit tighter.
Gearing up for our 5th race, anchor leg of the early pick 5. Busy 13-race card tonight means we still have 2 more opportunities to play that popular wager. The next one starts in race 6, with the final one kicking off in the 9th. We've got a group of 9 on the trot here lined up. Here they come to a start. And away they go off and trotting, except for French Money Hanover, who jumped it off just as the gate was getting away. Charging out of there, that's Tahunta from the center. Joining that one now outside Hercules, along with One Bell, with Cher Hill to the inside of the top 4. Outside 5th, I'll Have the Red. Then Storybook Love along the pylon 6th, being followed by Green Arrow Hanover. Kayla's in charge, and much further back to the resetting French Money Hanover. Tahunta leads. Here, driving up is One Bell, parked and going after the lead. 27-2 opening quarter, and Borth and One Bell set to take over. Tahunta now in the 2-hole. Next in line, 3rd is Hercules, with Cher Hill trotting 4th in front of Storybook Love, the Breeders' Crown champ, from 2 and 5th. Next in line comes I'll Have the Red. Green Arrow Hanover, Kayla's in charge, and French Money Hanover. Single file heading to the half. Leading the way is One Bell, just over a length in front of Tahunta. Hercules 3rd, then Cher Hill. Storybook Love, and I'll Have the Red. 56-4 to the half they went. Green Arrow Hanover, Kayla's in charge, and French Money Hanover. Trotters heading to 5/8 now, with One Bell a length in front of Tahunta. Here at a 4th on the attack, Cher Hill and McNair. They pick up 3rd now, getting closer to the leader, One Bell, and that's going to supply great cover to Ratchford and Storybook Love. Perfectly positioned. 2nd over now up to 4th. I'll Have the Red swings to the outside. Green Arrow Hanover trying to get into the mix on the final turn. Then Kayla's in charge, and French Money Hanover 125 3 3/4. One Bell, the one they got to track down. Cher Hill inching out on the outside. Tipped wide of that one is Storybook Love. She needs to find more. In behind horses is Hercules. Up the inside to Tahunta, and I'll Have the Red. Here's Cher Hill getting closer to One Bell, and Storybook Love even wider. Cher Hill in between. Cher Hill. T. McNair comes right back at Cher Hill for the win in 153 3. Race 5 unofficial 2186. Race 5, winner number 2, Share Hills, back in front of us. The 3-year-old Bay filly by Muscle Mass. Out of the Cadaver Dam, Laura Marie Hill is a winning homebred for owner Tom Hill. Greg McNair trains, and Doug McNair, the winning driver. That's back-to-back for Team McNair. Share Hill now 2 for 6 this year. Career score number 5. It's a lifetime best tonight, 153-3 for Share Hill in the 5th. Race 5, payouts number 2, Share Hill, 854.30, 290. Second, number 1, Storybook Love, 280.210. Third, number 8, One Bell, 280, 18.50 for the $2 exacta, $1 try, 35.80. $1 super, 148.85. $2 double, 28 bucks. $1 pick 3, 36.05. And a $1 winning early pick 5, 295.20. 515.60 live in the pick 4, heading to the final leg. Update on the pick 6. Down to 744.84. Ninth. We've got a group of 9 on the trot here, lined up. Here they come to a start. And away they go off and trotting, except for French Money Hanover, who jumped it off just as the gate was getting away. Charging out of there, that's Tahanta from the center. Joining that one now outside Hercules, along with One Bell, with Share Hill to the inside of the top 4. Outside 5th, I'll Have the Red. Then Storybook Love along the pylon 6th, being followed by Green Arrow Hanover. Kayla's in charge, and much further back to the resetting French Money Hanover. Tahanta leads. Here, driving up is One Bell, parked and going after the lead. 27-2 opening quarter, and Borth and One Bell set to take over. Tahanta now in the 2-hole. Next in line, 3rd is Hercules, with Share Hill trotting 4th in front of Storybook Love, the Breeders' Crown champ, from 2 and 5th. Next in line comes I'll Have the Red. Green Arrow Hanover, Kayla's in charge, and French Money Hanover. Single file heading to the half. Leading the way is One Bell, just over a length in front of Tahanta. Hercules 3rd, then Share Hill. Storybook Love, and I'll Have the Red, 56-4 to the half they went. Green Arrow Hanover, Kayla's in charge, and French Money Hanover. Trotters heading to 5/8 now, with One Bell a length in front of Tahanta. Here out of 4th on the attack, Share Hill and McNair. They pick up 3rd now, getting closer to the leader, One Bell, and that's going to supply great cover to Ratchford and Storybook Love, perfectly positioned. 2nd over now up to 4th. I'll Have the Red swings to the outside. Green Arrow Hanover trying to get into the mix on the final turn. Then Kayla's in charge, and French Money Hanover 125 3 3/4. One Bell, the one they got to track down. Share Hill inching out on the outside. inside. Tipped wide of that one is Storybook Love. She needs to find more. In behind horses is Hercules up the inside to Honta, and I'll have the red. Here's Share Hill getting closer to One Bell, and Storybook Love even wider. Share Hill in between. Share Hill. T. McNair comes right back at Share Hill for the win in 153 and 3. Finish order from tonight's fifth race. From the top, it goes 2-1-7. Scratch 8-4. 9-3-5. 6 on the bottom. Moving on to race 6 next. It's the start of the mid-pick 5. No changes in the opening leg. 13 minutes till post time. New information, ladies and gentlemen, tonight's 8th race. We have a scratch of number 2, Jim's First Date. That one is scratch Vet Lane. The 2 Jim's First Date scratched, along with the 5 Winsun Tuxedo. So 2 and 5 out of race number 8. Let's meet the field for race 6. Number 1 is the Legacy of Venus. Travis Cullen drives. Scott McEnany trains for owner Brad Grant. Daryl Thiessen in the seat behind, 2 Bet on Love. Vic Putty trains and owns with the Number Company, Canada Incorporated, Michael Horwood and Lloyd Stone. Number 3, I'm Here to Stay. Trevor Henry drives. Scott McEnany for Brad Grant. The 4 Bankroll Hanover has Mark McDonald in the seat. Sean Stacy training for David Reed, Stephen Downey, Bertrand Gillespie Stable, and Dan Mogridge. Number 5, a Secret Treasurer. Anthony Hahn drives for trainer Meg Crone, Megan Anthony Owen, along with Thomas Gillis. Fiesta Delight 6 has Jonathan Drury at the lines, Gino Toscani, owner-trainer. Number 7 is Fresh and Fit Hanover. Francis Dumichel trains for Jenna McNiven, Standardbred Limited, Travis Henry in the bike. The 8 Dundee's Victory. Doug McNair aboard. Kyle Fellows trains for Yolanda Fellows, Blair Crobier, Windermere Stable. Number 9 is Treacherous Nova. Louis Waugh drives for trainer Kevin Ben, who owns along with Leo Fleming and Dennis Chadwick. That's your group for the 6th. We start our mid-pick 5 next. Post time is in 5 minutes.
They're on track here as we get set for race number 6. That's going to kick off that middle pick 5. Back-to-back wins for Doug and Greg McNair. Just saw Greg out there in the paddock, and again, just said, this filly doesn't necessarily need the trotting hopples, but it certainly didn't hurt her tonight. That was a nice effort by her, and Doug tripped her out to a tee.
He did, and if she did need them at the end of him, they were there. He's got them on really loose, so there's no way that it can be affecting, her speed or anything like that. But just the confidence that she needs, right? Congratulations on your pick 5, by the way.
All right, paid a lot better than I thought. Thank you.
Yeah, I kind of thought that maybe you might be looking at maybe $150.
I thought even less, considering it was a chalk parade, but nevertheless, always good to get one home, and we're hoping to continue the success here in race number 6. And there's a look at our current 3 to 5 favorite. Treacherous Nova, a daughter of Captain Treacherous, who I thought put forth a very strong showing and defeat in her career debut.
Absolutely. It was huge in the qualifier. Yeah. We absolutely loved her on the end in that qualifier. She took a lot of air last week and had to come to a horse that was just going to be too tough to take down. But boy, she did a good job of almost taking her down. She does have the 9-hole in here. A little fractious there tonight looking around. She does have the 9-hole in here tonight, but I don't think it's going to make him any matter, John. even if he floats her out of there, he's going to be able to grab a spot and then get her into the race.
Another nice rookie that Louis Waugh gets to sit behind for Kevin Ben and company. Stormont Magenta, he guided to a nice victory last time out. There was Stormont Violet and Treacherous Nova. I thought he, worked out a nice trip there, and nice effort, I should say. First over trip, but they were doing some pacing last time out. So this is a filly that's already displayed speed, and hopefully she can continue to build off that here in start number 2. The Legacy of Venus is one you mentioned to me earlier that you actually really, really like in this spot. I didn't expect her to be the second choice of the 2 and a 5-2, so you're not the only one that likes her. What do you like about this filly?
I just think that she's progressing. I think that she was looked good in both of her qualifiers. She never beat 2 minutes, and then her very first start, she goes 54. And then her next start, she goes 53 and change in there. Got away in a bad spot in the Tompkins gears, got away 11th from the 6 hole, but just kept making up ground. I just think that she's slowly getting better and better in here. And at some point, they're going to race her. And if they race her, then she could come up with a pretty nice effort.
There's a look at my top selection, Bankroll Hanover, a daughter of Pappy Rob Hanover, one that I thought qualified great. I was looking at that line, or that qualifier, just to make sure maybe nobody made a miscue on the lead and she was able to make up all that ground. No, she did that on her own with a 26 and change final quarter. She's got speed, but this is going to be start number 1 off one qualifier. I just hope that she's tight enough to go at first asking.
Yeah, that's the big thing. And how is he going? Is he going to put him into position? That she's going to be able to do that. Good last quarter speed in her last effort, and that's not coming up the inside either. That's moving to the outside. That's doing it the hard way. I got her in for 4th.
As far as prices are concerned, you do think Fiesta Delight can get a piece of it. She hasn't hit the board in her last 2, but this is one that we've seen a good showing from her earlier on this year.
Yeah, she got hurt that first start, or raced pretty tough anyway, but then she comes right back with a win their very next start. That's got to say something about her right there. And then since then, she had a locked-in 6 where she was only beaten 3 lengths. Her next start, she's a locked-in 5th, where she was only beaten 7 lengths in there. I think she's racing good. Now she comes back to the straight maidens. I think this is a much better class for her.
All right, they're getting set to go to the gate here. Again, get your mid-pick 5 tickets in.
Yeah, little time remains for you to punch those tickets. Pool will continue to climb, more than 33,000 in there now. Group of 9, 2-year-old pacing fillies to kick it off. Treacherous Nova, solid runner-up in her debut, pacing in 52 and 4. She's 4 to 5 on the outside. Bankroll Hanover, Team Stacy at 5 to 2, getting plenty of play in her pari-mutuel debut. And the Legacy of Venus comes from a good family. It's her 3rd start, and she's at 7 to 2. It's post time for race 6 as the rookie pacing fillies are all lined up. Here they come. And away they go. They're off in pacing. Fiesta Delight leaves out of there for Drury. Trying to go with that one now is Fresh and Fit Hanover and a Secret Treasurer. Legacy of Venus from the inside into the top 4. Following that one to the first turn, 5th is Bankroll Hanover. Was going to get a seat now 6th with Treacherous Nova. Further back, it's Bet on Love. Last pair are I'm Here to Stay and Dundee's Victory. Fresh and Fit Hanover at 84 to 1 now goes to the lead in front of Fiesta Delight second. 28 and 3 the opening quarter. Give and go here as Fiesta Delight back out. And coming around, long shot Fresh and Fit Hanover. And then it's a Secret Treasurer in Hahn third. The Legacy of Venus gets an early cue in the backstretch and is rushing up here for Cullen, fourth, third, second, and coming after Fiesta Delight. So the Legacy of Venus is going to take over now. Another lead change, and it's the Legacy of Venus to get the field to the half in front of Fiesta Delight and Fresh and Fit Hanover. They're there in 58 and 4. Secret Treasurer to the inside, fourth. First up out of fifth is Bankroll Hanover on cover. Treacherous Nova to the inside. Shuffle Bet on Love. Starting up from the back as I'm Here to Stay. Another 3 to the trailing Dundee's Victory. It's the Legacy of Venus leading just over a length in front of Fiesta Delight. Bankroll Hanover accelerating well on this turn is up to third now within a couple of the lead. And that gets Treacherous Nova, the heavy favorite, a bit closer, but that one's trying to pick up to the cover. 127 and 1 3/4. The Legacy of Venus swings for home, still leads, but Bankroll Hanover now on the outside takes over. And it's Bankroll Hanover with the lead. Treacherous Nova, another 2 lengths in behind, trying to track this one down. Bankroll Hanover almost there. Treacherous Nova getting closer on the outside. Bankroll Hanover and Treacherous Nova. Treacherous Nova is going to get her. It's Treacherous Nova over Bankroll Hanover. Tight for third. Outside is Dundee's Victory. Inside Fiesta Delight. 154 and 3 for Treacherous Nova. Nine 4 8 6 unofficial. Winner of race 6, number 9, Treacherous Nova. Returns in front of us. The 2-year-old bay filly by Captain Treacherous out of JB Shooting Star by Straight Shooting is owned by Kevin Bentley O'Fleming and Dennis Chadwick. Kevin also the winning conditioner. Louis Waugh on the bike for the first career victory notched by Treacherous Nova. She does it in start number 2, 154 and 3. And she was able to scoot by late for the win. Number 9, Treacherous Nova returns 270, 210, 210. Second, number 4, Bankroll Hanover 310, 290. Third, number 8, Dundee's Victory 1740. $2 Exacta $730. $1 Try $147.90. $1 Superfecta $800 $15.65. $2 Double pays $17. $1 Pick 3 is $18.90. And a $1 winning early Pick 4 $65.70. 63,500 plus wagered in the mid Pick 5 with more than 44,000 of live money moving on. And the Pick 6 halfway through the wager down to 433.12. At 7:02, it's post time for race 6 as the rookie pacing fillies are all lined up. Here they come. And away they go. They're off in pacing. Fiesta Delight leaves out of there for Drury. Trying to go with that one now is Fresh and Fit Hanover and a Secret Treasurer. Legacy of Venus from the inside into the top 4. Following that one to the first turn, 5th is Bankroll Hanover. Was going to get a seat now 6th with Treacherous Nova. Further back, it's Bet on Love. Last pair are I'm Here to Stay and Dundee's Victory. Fresh and Fit Hanover at 84-1 now goes to the lead in front of Fiesta Delight second. 28-3 the opening quarter. Give and go here as Fiesta Delight back out. And coming around, long shot Fresh and Fit Hanover. And then it's a Secret Treasurer and Han third. The Legacy of Venus gets an early cue in the backstretch and is rushing up here for Cullen. 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and coming after Fiesta Delight. So the Legacy of Venus is going to take over now. Another lead change, and it's the Legacy of Venus to get the field to the half in front of Fiesta Delight and Fresh and Fit Hanover. They're there in 58-4. Secret Treasurer to the inside, 4th. First up out of 5th is Bankroll Hanover on cover. Treacherous Nova to the inside, shuffle Bet on Love. Starting up from the back as I'm Here to Stay, another 3 to the trailing Dundee's Victory. It's the Legacy of Venus, leading just over a length in front of Fiesta Delight. Bankroll Hanover accelerating well on this turn is up to 3rd now within a couple of the lead. And that gets Treacherous Nova, the heavy favorite, a bit closer, but that one's trying to pick up to the cover. 127-1 to 3/4. The Legacy of Venus swings for home, still leads, but Bankroll Hanover now on the outside takes over. And it's Bankroll Hanover with the lead. Treacherous Nova, another 2 lengths in behind, trying to track this one down. Bankroll Hanover almost there. Treacherous Nova getting closer on the outside. Bankroll Hanover and Treacherous Nova. Treacherous Nova is going to get her. It's Treacherous Nova over Bankroll Hanover. Tight for 3rd. Outside is Dundee's Victory. Inside Fiesta Delight. 154-3 for Treacherous Nova. Complete order of finish from race 6. From the top, it goes 7, 9, 6, 2, 5, 4, 8, 3, and 1 on the bottom. Moving on to race 7 expert. Number 3, Life is Great. Switches from blinkers to a blind bridle. Post times in 12 minutes. Three-year-old filly trotters for the 7th on parade. Number 1 is Look a Diamond. Trevor Henry in the bike. Peter Hamilton, owner-trainer. Number 2, Just All Out. J.R. Plant in the bike for trainer Pam Forgy, who co-owns along with David Wilkinson. Number 3 is Life is Great. Mark McDonald drives. Blake McIntosh trains and owns with Hut Racing Stable. Finley the 4. Scott Coulter drives. Alan Fair trains for Elizabeth Fair. The 5 is Intel Queen. Travis Henry for trainer Mark Etzel. Twilight Stables Incorporated owns. The 6 is Green Money Queen. Jonathan Drury drives. Sean Stacey training for Landmark 18 Racing Stables. Stephen Downey, Dan Mogridge, and Mark Stacey. Todd Ratchford drives 7 Timeless for trainer Matt Bax. Owners of Bax Stable, Glengate Farms. Miss Mass Appeal 8. Doug McNair aboard. Greg McNair for Tom and Elizabeth Rankin. Number 9 is Press On Ballykeel. Tyler Borth drives and owns with Ballykeel Racing Incorporated. Katie McNeil, the trainer. Looks to be Magic is the 10 on the outside with Jody Jamieson in tow. Brent Ballore trains for Karen and Daniel McIntyre. That's your field for the 7th. It's coming up next in 4 minutes.
They're on track here as we get set for race number 7. Nice second start there for Treacherous Nova. She really kicked it into high gear to kick off that mid-pick 5 sequence. We're going to move on here to this race, a trotting event for fillies, grassroots variety. And there's a look at your top selection, the current 2-1 favorite, Look a Diamond. All she's done so far this year is win 7 wins in 10 tries.
Yeah, she's racing extremely well. Veteran horseman training and owning this one, Peter Hamilton. Yeah, I like her in here. Shouldn't be any issue with the rail. A lot of times I'm not a big fan of the rail with trotters. You know that when they first come to our track. But she's been doing so much racing on the small tracks. I just don't see it being any kind of an issue whatsoever. And she's wearing a hobble. So I think she looks good out there.
You also like Timeless right now, 6-1. Those are the only 2 horses that you used in your pick 5 sequence. She was a good runner-up last time out, and this is a filly who's handy. That counts for a lot in here.
Yeah, and comes out of a good barn, and Todd Ratchford there. He gets along very, very well with her. He's had a couple of wins in her last 2 wins in her last 5 starts. So I would say that her form is really good, and I like her in here. She looks good out on the track.
I'm going to go to the far outside. Looks to be Magic. I'm going to need some help here, especially for post number 10, but I thought that there was a good opportunity that she was going to win last time out before that miscue. She was in a great spot, but again, this is quite the hurdle to climb, especially starting from the outside.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to make it any easier, that's for sure, but I was saying to you off camera there, anytime Brent Ballore brings horses here, they're usually well meant. Unfortunately, you do get the 10, but with with the fact that the support that she's taken right now, if she had a better draw, you might be looking at a 3 to 5 shot.
Miss Mass Appeal, I think Doug McNair and Greg McNair, they're having themselves a good night. She merits respect, but Press On Ballykeel, you like her here as a long shot player as well.
Yeah, I mean, her last start at Hanover, she finished 5th in there, but the start before that, June the 29th, I just thought it was too tough of a trip. She blasted out of the 9-hole, 27-2, and just didn't leave her a whole lot on the end of it. She'd had 10-day rotation before that race, and then she missed some time, goes up to Hanover, has decent, okay effort there. She looks good on the track.
Lining up for the 7th race as we head to about the midway point of our program. We've got a group of 10 Thrill Filly Trotters, grassroots starters. Numbers of 15,000 last 4 with some fantastic money to race for. The program recently boosted, 28 grand up for grabs here. 9-5 on number 1, Look a Diamond. For Peter Hamilton, winner in 7 of 10 this year, now brings her show to the big track. They're all lined up for race 7. Here they come. At the start, and away they go. They're off and trotting. And from the rail, pushing away well, Look a Diamond. But now down the center, charging out Green Money Queen, Timeless and Miss Mass Appeal, then Intel Queen and Finley. Outside is Looks to Be Magic. Initially, when trying to rush out of there, Look a Diamond is all the way back in 7th. In front of Life is a Great, who's got a pair behind her. It's Just All Out, an early trailer. Press on Ballykeel. McNair and Miss Mass Appeal lead the charge into the backstretch after a 27-1 opening quarter on top, nearly 2 in front of Timeless second. Green Money Queen trots third with Intel Queen fourth. The 5th one is Looks to Be Magic, 3 in front of Finley. And that one's struggling, so Henry swings to the outside with Look a Diamond. Looking to follow is Life is Great. Further back, Just All Out, and another 4 to Press on Ballykeel. To the half the fillies go. Miss Mass Appeal gets them there first in 56-2, with Timeless in second. Green Money Queen still trotting third in front of Intel Queen off stride. It Looks to Be Magic, now taken out of harm's way. So losing covers Look a Diamond, but that one's accelerating, and now up to third and within a couple of leader Miss Mass Appeal. So Miss Mass Appeal, McNair calls on her, knows she's going to have to pick it up because here's Look a Diamond. 7-5 race favorite up on the outside is going to take over. Miss Mass Appeal down to the safety lane. Timeless now in behind with Green Money Queen up to third, 126 and 1 3/4, and it's Look a Diamond, the leader. Timeless in behind, locked up. Green Money Queen on the outside of that one, and then it is Intel Queen swinging to the outside for some clearance. Look a Diamond, the leader. Timeless gets a late opportunity here for Radford and has got some trot. Here comes Timeless on the outside. Look a Diamond trying to hold on. Look a Diamond hits the line first. Timeless second. Intel Queen third. 156. One 756 unofficial with inquiry sign up. Please hold all tickets. Could affect the unofficial winner. Number 1, Look a Diamond. Possible pylon infraction in the stretch. Judges are going to review that footage and determine if there were any violations by number 1, Look a Diamond. In the meantime, please hold all tickets. After review, number 1, Look a Diamond, was over 2 pylons, not inside, not a violation in this instance. Results will stand as posted, 1, 7, 5, and 6. And returned a few moments ago in front of us. Number 1, Look a Diamond, winner of the 7th. 3-year-old Bay filly by Looks Like a Chippendales from the Angus Hall Dam Black Diamond Star. It's a winning homebred for owner-trainer Peter Hamilton. Trevor Henry in the bike. Look a Diamond. An 8-time winner overall in her career. All those wins coming this year where she's 8 for 11. Comes away with a new lifetime mark here tonight, 156 for Look a Diamond. And she pays $4.90, $3.40, and $3. Second, number 7, Timeless, $4.94.10. Third, number 5, Intel, Queen 920. $2 Exacta, $23.30. Dollar Try, $114.50. $1 Superfecta, $1,312.75. The $2 Double pays $7.70. Dollar Pick 3, $19.60. Just under 14,000 live in that mid pick 5. Pick 6 update, 161.40 with 2 legs to go. They're all lined up for race 7. Here they come. At the start, and away they go. They're off and trotting. And from the rail, pushing away well, Look a Diamond. But now down the center, charging out Green Money Queen, Timeless, and Miss Mass Appeal, then Intel Queen and Finley. Outside is Looks to Be Magic. Initially, when trying to rush out of there, Look a Diamond is all the way back in 7th. In front of Life is a Great, who's got a pair behind her. It's Just All Out, an early trailer. Press on Ballykeel. McNair and Miss Mass Appeal lead the charge into the backstretch after a 27-1 opening quarter on top, nearly 2 in front of Timeless second. Green Money Queen trots third with Intel Queen fourth. The 5th one is Looks to Be Magic, 3 in front of Finley. And that one struggling, so Henry swings to the outside with Look a Diamond. Looking to follow is Life is Great. Further back, Just All Out, and another 4 to Press on Ballykeel. To the half the fillies go. Miss Mass Appeal gets them there first in 56-2 with Timeless in second. Green Money Queen still trotting third in front of Intel Queen off stride. It Looks to Be Magic. Now taken out of harm's way. So losing covers Look a Diamond, but that one's accelerating. And now up to third and within a couple of leader Miss Mass Appeal. So Miss Mass Appeal, McNair calls on her. Knows she's going to have to pick it up because here's Look a Diamond. 7-5 race favorite up on the outside is going to take over. Miss Mass Appeal down to the safety lane. Timeless now in behind with Green Money Queen up to third, 126 and 1 3/4, and it's Look a Diamond, the leader. Timeless in behind, locked up. Green Money Queen on the outside of that one, and then it is Intel Queen swinging to the outside for some clearance. Look a Diamond, the leader. Timeless gets a late opportunity here for Radford and has got some trot. Here comes Timeless on the outside. Look a Diamond trying to hold on. Look a Diamond hits the line first. Timeless second. Intel Queen third. 156. Race 7 finish order from the top. It goes 1-7-6, 5-3-4, 2-10-9, 8 on the bottom. We're moving on to race 8 next. Scratch number 2, Jim's First Aid Vet Lame. No missing chart lines on the 3, the 5, Winsun Tuxedo. Also a scratch, Judges Transportation. Post times in 10 minutes. Let's meet the field for the 8th race. The 1 is Sunset Lou with Travis Henry in the bike. Murray Brother trains for George and Greg Hunt. Scratch number 2 on Lucky Beach. 3, Bob McClure drives. Pat Dillon trains and owns with Patty Hoskin. 4 is Corona Sealster. Daryl Thiessen aboard. Vic Putty trains and owns along with Michael Morocco. Scratch number 5, 6, Dr. Dave, driven by Tyler Jones. Francis Dumichel trains and owns with Jenna McNiven, Standardbred Limited, and John Nislik. Here's 7, Solar Voltage, James McDonald in the sulky. Camilla Christopher trains for David Wilmot and Clay Horner. And the 8 is Major Mickey, Tyler Borth. Driving for trainer Ben Hollinsworth, Double the Fun Stable owns. That's your field for race number 8. It's coming up in 5 minutes.
They're on track here as we get set for race number 8. We're going to be scratched down to a field of 6 in this contest. And a couple of horses taking the bulk of the support here between Dr. Dave, your current 3-2 favorite, I should say second choice, and your current favorite is going to be your top selection, Major Mickey. I knew we weren't going to get anywhere close to that 12-1 morning line, though, Randy, but this is a horse that was going to take support in this spot because he's arguably the most talented horse on this field, depending on who you ask or how you evaluate. But this is a son of Always Be Mickey. That has shown a lot of speed in the limited starts in his career.
That's where I'm kind of getting, you know what I mean, is the speed.
Yeah.
Like, he's got crazy speed. I don't ever really see him doing a whole lot on his own. Usually he's doing what he does. He leaves out of there, sits a trip, and then blasts on the end of it. But the speed is just incredible what he brings. So short field like this, down to a field of 6, I think he can race him however he wants. I do kind of hope he goes out of there and tries to take the bull by the horns, but he looks fantastic out on the track.
A nice-looking horse, though, and he certainly can carry his speed a long way. I know he hasn't been able to finish off some of those miles, but it wasn't because he wasn't racing good. He just got picked off by one that either got better trips or showed a little bit more at the end of it, but this guy's got some serious speed, and he's a good looker out there for Benny Hollingsworth. So he's the even money favorite, deservedly so, but your second choice at 8-5, Dr. Dave. I like that we saw speed from him last time out. He was a horse that just had too much work to do in so many of his efforts. I really like the fact that Tyler Jones said, let me be aggressive with this guy, because when you leave too much work to do against good horses, it's going to be tough to get victories. But he finally left out of there with him, and he got rewarded. I thought that was a great drive last week.
Me too, and I mean multiple moves, right? He left out of there hard, got away in the 3-hole in 26-2, and then makes a move to the front. So 2 moves before a half and 55 flat, and then still ends up getting the job done. I like about the fact that he raced him that way because he hasn't been racing him that way. Now, if he goes back to the way he was racing him before, where, second over and just moving him on the end of it, the mile, I think that he's going to come up with an incredible mile.
And the one that I backed in this spot, 8-1, One Lucky Beach. Maybe this is too tough of a spot for him because there's some really fast horses, but I've just been so impressed with what this Pat Dillon homebred has done, one that he also co-owns and trains. Again, a horse that likes to win 7 career victories and 10 lifetime starts, but this is going to be without a doubt his toughest test to date. So I want to see how he stacks up versus this bunch, but I knew I'd get a price.
Yeah, I mean, when he shows up on the circuit, this is a fast racehorse. He gets the job done. Lot to like about this guy. I threw him in for 3rd, and in case of people out there wondering, that line to be announced from KD, he made a break coming out of there and ended up winning the race by 2 1/4 a mile and 56 flat. So this guy is a winning machine.
I was curious to see what we were going to get from Solar Voltage, his following start, but he just hooked a tougher bunch, in my opinion, in this spot. But he made multiple moves. A horse that I just thought, had a bit of an excuse. I think he's just too tough to start and stop again, and I think that's what James had to do last time out with multiple levers.
Yeah, that's the big thing. But again, he raced him in a different fashion, in a way. He raced him hard. I just think that there could be some improvement there with this guy. And, at some point, the Christoforous, they will get ahead of this guy. They're a pretty sharp family.
Right, there's a look again at your current 3-5 favorite, Major Mickey, going to the gate. And, Chad, I think this horse is a pretty good looker, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, certainly is. And, we all know he needed that last start. And I'm sure they're happy with how he performed in it, progressively getting quicker on the back half there. he is certainly getting played. I think when we saw the morning line odds, we knew that was wishful thinking. 4-5 right now on Major Mickey. Dr. Dave at 2-1, and One Lucky Beach. And it's got a couple of wins at Kawartha Downs, and now returns here to Mohawk Park, feeling pretty good. It's post time for race number 8. Field swings to the top of the stretch. Group of a half dozen all lined up. And there they go. They're off and pacing. And there goes Solar Voltage along with Dr. Dave. And joining them, Major Mickey from the outside. And then from the pole position, Sunset Lou's going to get away 4th. In front of One Lucky Beach 5th. And after gapping the start just slightly, early trailers, Corona Sealster. It's Dr. Dave and Tyler Jones taking over the lead here into the first turn in front of Solar Voltage. Major Mickey, instead of tucking, is going to drive on 1-9. Big favorite, Major Mickey, coming up after Dr. Dave after a 26-4 opening quarter. So into the backstretch, they sprint towards 3/8, and Major Mickey not by yet. Dr. Dave in second. He gets stretched a little bit here to clear, but it looks like Major Mickey will clear. Dr. Dave now in the pocket in front of Solar Voltage third with Sunset Lou fourth, and a break of about 6 to One Lucky Beach, and that one's followed by a trailer, Corona Sealster. Half and 54-4. Major Mickey was tested to get to the lead, but he is on top, just over length in front of Dr. Dave, heading to 5/8. Then Solar Voltage and Sunset Lou. A bit closer now is One Lucky Beach, and looking to start up from the back, Corona Sealster. Major Mickey heading to the final turn, a length and a bit in front of Dr. Dave second, another 2 then to Solar Voltage and Sunset Lou fourth. On the outside from the back, Corona Sealster to the inside, One Lucky Beach, 123 and 2 3/4. Off of the final turn, Major Mickey, 1-9 favorite, opens up by 2 now. Dr. Dave called on to pick it up from in behind him. On the outside is Sunset Lou, then Solar Voltage to the inside. In the back, One Lucky Beach and Corona Sealster. But Major Mickey, in his second start back after missing a little bit of time, he's a comfortable winner, expanding on end by nearly 5. It is Major Mickey in front of Dr. Dave and Sunset Lou in 151 flat. Plug still in on 8th race. Comfortable winner, number 8, Major Mickey. Throw Bay Gelding by Always Be Mickey is out of the Art Major Dan Major Sin. Double the fun. Stable owns Ben Hollinsworth, the winning trainer. Tyler Borth guides Major Mickey to his second of the year in 4 tries. Now a 3-time winner, 151 flat. And did it with ease. That's a new lifetime mark. And number 8, Major Mickey, pays $230, $210, $210. Second, number 6, Dr. Dave, $280, $210. Third, number 1, Sunset Lou, $3. $2 Exacta, $4.50. The dollar try, $9.60. Dollar Super, $16.65. $2 Double, $9.70. Dollar Pick 3, $6.30. 8100 plus, still live in the mid Pick 5, $76.60. In the Pick 6, carries to tonight's final leg. Field swings to the top of the stretch. Group of a half dozen all lined up. And there they go. They're off and pacing. And there goes Solar Voltage along with Dr. Dave. And joining them, Major Mickey from the outside. And then from the pole position, Sunset Lou's going to get away 4th. In front of One Lucky Beach 5th. And after gapping the start just slightly, early trailers, Corona Sealster. It's Dr. Dave and Tyler Jones taking over the lead here into the first turn in front of Solar Voltage. Major Mickey, instead of tucking, is going to drive on 1-9. Big favorite, Major Mickey, coming up after Dr. Dave after a 26-4 opening quarter. So into the backstretch, they sprint towards 3/8, and Major Mickey not by yet. Dr. Dave in second. He gets stretched a little bit here to clear, but it looks like Major Mickey will clear. Dr. Dave now in the pocket in front of Solar Voltage third with Sunset Lou fourth, and a break of about 6 to One Lucky Beach, and that one's followed by a trailer, Corona Sealster. Half and 54-4, Major Mickey was tested to get to the lead, but he is on top, just over length in front of Dr. Dave, heading to 5/8. Then Solar Voltage and Sunset Lou. A bit closer now is One Lucky Beach, and looking to start up from the back, Corona Sealster. Major Mickey heading to the final turn, a length and a bit in front of Dr. Dave second, another 2 then to Solar Voltage and Sunset Lou fourth. On the outside from the back, Corona Sealster to the inside, One Lucky Beach, 123 2 3/4. Off of the final turn, Major Mickey, 1-9 favorite, opens up by 2 now. Dr. Dave called on to pick it up from in behind him. On the outside is Sunset Lou, then Solar Voltage to the inside. In the back, One Lucky Beach and Corona Sealster, but Major Mickey in his second start back after missing a little bit of time. He's a comfortable winner, expanding on end by nearly 5. It is Major Mickey in front of Dr. Dave and Sunset Lou in 151 flat. Finish order from tonight's 8th race. 3, scratch 5, 6, scratch 2, 4, and 1 on the bottom. Up next, race 9 to kick off the late pick 5. No changes in the opening leg, 10 minutes to post. Winners 1 elbows up to lead parade for the 9th. Jonathan Drury in the bike. Sean Stacey for Doug Clark. Mark and Kara Stacey along with Guy Haskell. Rare Legacy number 2, the driver Louis Waugh. Susie Kerwood trains for SNR Racing Stable Incorporated, Gestion JF Goyette Incorporated, SMS Ventures Incorporated. Todd Ratchford driving 3 Upgrade. Matt Bax trains for Al Libfeld and Brad Grant. The 4 is Bella Chica. Bob McClure in the bike. Corey German for Brenda, and Corey shares ownership. The 5, Very Sassy. Matt Bax trains and drives for Bax Stable and Glengate Farms. Number 6, HP Imagines, driven by James McDonald. Marcel Barrio trains and owns, along with Gestion Mastel Incorporated. And 7 is Arcona Sealster. Trevor Henry to drive. Martin Lachance trains and owns, along with Neil Ostrom. That's your group for the 9th race. The Trotters will kick off our late pick 5 next in 5 minutes.
They're on track here as we get set for race number 9. This is going to kick off that 3rd and final pick 5 this evening, and a field of 7 going posted here. And there's a look at elbows up right now at 9-1. This is one that you and I both backed in her most recent outing here on the big track, I should say. Things didn't go to plan. She was the favorite, but she got beat. But she never looked comfortable in post parade. Never quite looked comfortable as she was trotting the mile. I think she looks much better than the last time we saw her, I'd say.
Big, powerful filly, too, eh? Like, there's a lot here. I mean, you know, she's kind of playing a little bit of possum, I think, right now. She haven't been able to be consistently giving us what we know that she's got in there. I think this is a good spot for her. Threw her down in for 3rd. Big thing is JD just has to maneuver his way past that rail. And, you know, she was fine with it at Hanover, but the last time that she had the rail here, she made a break coming out of there. So that's the big thing. Just has to, you know, get her away from the rail, and I think everything else after that will be gravy.
Her next door neighbor is going to be a Rare Legacy, one that's been very consistent over her last few tries. She's been racing well, you know, just overmatched to maybe a couple of other fillies that she's been taking on as of late. But again, the efforts have been strong. I'm expecting another good showing here tonight.
Yeah, she's not showing quite the amount of wins as, say, an Upgrade or Bella Chica is showing right now, but there's a lot of seconds in there, so she's dangerous, right? And she's handy, so I got her in for the deuce. I think that she can get herself a real nice trip and have a little bit of pop on the end of it.
You're going to go to this Matt Bax trainee by the name of Upgrade, and, you know, just an unlucky night for, you know, Team Bax tonight. Good trips, horses in great spots, just not quite finishing off the miles, but they're racing well tonight. They're just falling short of victories, but hopefully this filly can turn the corner tonight.
Yeah, I hope so. You know, she looks awful sharp out there. You know, Matt had a 1-2 entry in here. He's got Upgrade and Very Sassy. Now, Todd Ratchford, he does drive Very Sassy a lot. He's going to elect to stay with Upgrade, and Matt's going to jump up on the bike behind Very Sassy. So I'm looking at this as being Todd's choice.
A well-bred filly who's had success here in these grassroots tries. I know this isn't a grassroots leg, but nevertheless, a good purse here. $32,000 for grassroots starters. Hello, that's a big-time purse there, so a good opportunity for these fillies to continue to race, you know, for some good money here in Ontario. There's a look at the 4-5 favorite, Bella Chica. Just rattled off 4 consecutive victories. She's going to look for number 5. She just looks so push-button, Randy, and that, you know, again, that counts for a lot in here, especially when you're taking on fillies of this variety. She was just an easy winner last time out, and she's without a doubt the one to beat tonight.
Yeah, her last race here, you know, 3 down there. She was the easiest of winners in the grassroots. You know, she's just a nice horse. You know, the big thing is where does he get her away? I say that he's probably going to go out of there. She'll be the last one to touch down in front. The big thing is, though, is that I don't think he wants to, you know, turn it into a sprint. I think if he turns it into a sprint, he might have a bit of a problem there. Oh, we got here. Oh, look, they're putting a gating pole on the inside of elbows up. You can see that's that long apparatus that attached to the bike, and that's basically used just to keep her bum in the center of the bike. You don't want trotters to get sideways or get, you know, sideways, because then they'll touch and then they'll end up making a break. You can keep her straight this way.
All right. I'm just curious to see where she's going to get away off the gate, but there's a look at HP Imagine. This was James's choice. Oh, no, it wasn't. He was listed on this one from only this on this one here in this contest. She's raced well. She's been uber consistent, but again, just lacking finishing off those miles in terms of getting to the winner's circle. But she's been in great spots over the last several tries.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe James will be enough, but he did drive her a couple of other times there. She finished second and third for him. She was second in her last start for Austin Sorry at Hanover. She's obviously on good form. She looks fantastic out there right now, and you're getting a nice number if you want to use her. She's 5-1.
Go figure. I'm not here to back Arkona Sealster, and she gets the job done breaking her maid. And she was inching closer. She was racing well, but nice to see her get the job done last time. Hopefully that starts building some confidence with this filly.
Yeah, I agree with you. I was lucky enough that I was here, and picked her up. But yeah, she raced great. She's easily going to do at this level. I just don't know if it's going to be her very first start at this level is when we're going to see her. She's exiting the maidens with a nice win. So I'm going to do a wait and see on Arkona. With the outside, just not really sure how they're going to want to race her.
All right, you're going to have 3 singles in your late pick 5 sequence, though. I know you're going to single Bubble Up. You're also going to single TH Theo, and you're going to single C-Script to close things out. So you're hoping that Doug and Greg McNair can team up for a couple more victories tonight. You're hoping that they're not all done this evening.
Absolutely, and I'm in my mid-pick 5. I'm still moving forward. I got 1, 2, 3, 4 in this race, and then I'm singled on to the 6-horse. Bubble Up in race number 10. So, both the mid-pick 5 is still going good, and the late pick 5, I like it. I don't mind it.
23,000 and change right now in that late pick 5 pool. You've still got a few seconds to get those tickets in as they're heading to the gate for race number 9. Good luck.
Another pick 5 set to get underway here at Mohawk Park as we continue on with our 13-race program. Race number 9, 3-year-old filly trotters, grassroots starters, straight up, just grassroots starters, no money condition on this. They get to go for a nice $32,000 purse. Bella Chica, the 4. Back here to Mohawk Park. She's extended her win streak since she was last year, which was 3 back. She's now won 4 in a row with wins at Grand River and Hanover. Fillies are all lined up for the 9th race. Here they come. At the start, and away they go. They're off and trotting. And first call to post 6 starter HP Imagine. Called on by McDonald to trot ahead of her rivals, and she'll cross over in front of Very Sassy with Rare Legacy getting away 3rd. Outside of that one, 4th, and now Tucking's going to be Upgrade. Elbows up next in line, Bella Chica. Further back, and the trailer is Arkona Sealster. Single file group of 7. Lining them up early is HP Imagine, a length and a half in front after a 27-4 opening quarter. Very Sassy at big odds and backs, tracking 2nd in front of Rare Legacy 3rd. Upgrade trots 4th and looked like she wants to get on the move, and that's going to get Wah out of the 3-hole with Rare Legacy. So Rare Legacy is going to go after HP Imagine in the backstretch. Upgrade for now tucks in 4th, and then 5th one is elbows up and swinging to the outside as Rare Legacy set to take over. McClure and Bella Chica are going to latch onto some cover, and Arkona Sealster trails. 57 1/2 mile speed, Rare Legacy leads. HP Imagine in 2nd, elbows up now 3rd. To the inside is Very Sassy 4th. 2nd over, trying to catch up to the cover, Bella Chica. To the inside, shuffled Upgrade. And last starting up Arkona Sealster, just over a 1/4 mile remains Rare Legacy. Dealing with elbows up, Ostrywin sitting 3rd, HP Imagine. Now taken down to the inside, so picking up positions is Bella Chica. She's a closer 3rd. Rare Legacy, though, out to a 2-length lead off the final turn of 125 3 in front of elbows up. And then Bella Chica. Arkona Sealster is 4th and trying to get a stretch rally going here. Here's elbows up on the outside, not going away, still inching closer on Rare Legacy. Bella Chica, the even money favorite, now has to dive to the inside, searching for room. Then Arkona Sealster, but elbows up takes over the lead, and it's going to be elbows up to get the jump on Arkona Sealster. It's elbows up and Drury by a length and a half. Arkona Sealster 2nd, Rare Legacy 3rd, Bella Chica 4th, 154 3. 1724 unofficial. Race 9 winner. Number 1, Elbows Up, is coming back in front of us. The 3-year-old bay filly by Muscle Mass is out of the Donato Hanover Dam Vegas Virgin, owned by Doug Clark, Mark, and Kara Stacy, along with Guy Haskell. Sean Stacy trains and Jonathan Drury in the bike for the 5th win of the campaign for Elbows Up. She's now 5 for 9. 6th career score. It's a lifetime mark tonight of 154 and 3. Number 1, Elbows Up, pays $9.90, $584. Second, number 7, Arcona Seal Steer, $11.60 and $5.90. Third, number 2, Rare Legacy, $4.80. $2 Exacta, $83.70. $1 Try, $158.35. The $1 Super pays $538.70. $2 Double, $13.60. $1 Pick 3, $18.55. And the Pick 6 tonight for $1, $295.10. Late pick 5, more than 42,000 wagered, a little less than 7,500 moves on, and a little more than 1,900 remains live in the mid pick 5. At the start, and away they go. They're off and trotting. And first call to post 6 starter HP Imagine. Called on by McDonald to trot ahead of her rivals, and she'll cross over in front of Very Sassy with Rare Legacy getting away third. Outside of that one, fourth, and now Tucking's going to be Upgrade. Elbows up next in line, Bella Chica. Further back, and the trailer is Arcona Sealster. Single file group of 7. Lining them up early is HP Imagine, a length and a half in front after a 27-4 opening quarter. Very Sassy at big odds and backs, tracking second in front of Rare Legacy third. Upgrade trots fourth and looked like she wants to get on the move, and that's going to get Wah out of the 3-hole with Rare Legacy. So Rare Legacy is going to go after HP Imagine in the backstretch. Upgrade for now tucks in fourth, and then fifth one is elbows up and swinging to the outside as Rare Legacy set to take over. McClure and Bella Chica are going to latch onto some cover, and Arcona Sealster trails. 57 and 1/2 mile speed, Rare Legacy leads. HP Imagine in second, elbows up now third. To the inside is Very Sassy fourth. Second over, trying to catch up to the cover, Bella Chica. To the inside, shuffled Upgrade. And last starting up Arcona Sealster, just over a quarter of a mile remains Rare Legacy. Dealing with elbows up, Ostrywin sitting third, HP Imagine. Now taken down to the inside, so picking up positions is Bella Chica. She's a closer third. Rare Legacy, though, out to a 2-length lead off the final turn of 125 and 3 in front of elbows up. And then Bella Chica. Arcona Sealster is fourth and trying to get a stretch rally going here. Here's elbows up on the outside, not going away, still inching closer on Rare Legacy. Bella Chica, the even money favorite, now has to dive to the inside, searching for room. Then Arcona Sealster, but elbows up takes over the lead, and it's going to be elbows up to get the jump on Arcona Sealster. It's elbows up and Drury by a length and a half. Arcona Sealster second, Rare Legacy third, Bella Chica fourth, 154 and 3. Here's where they all finished in race 9. From the top, it goes 1-3-5, 4, 6, 7, and 2 on the bottom. We're moving on to race 10 next. It's the start of tonight's late pick 4. Just note that number 9, Green 19's chart lines are up to date. Post time in 13 minutes.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label was sing with notes of sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
It's nice to see
Let's meet the field for race 10. Number 1 is Nixon Bixen. Dag Van Henriksen drives and trains for Randy Crandall and Gerald Haggerty. Mass Bar, the 2, as Doug McNair and the sulky Greg McNair trains for Strideline Racing. Number 3 is I Am. James McDonald aboard. Herb Holland for Carolyn McIsaac. Number 4 is Stormont Shanley Boy. Tyler Jones drives for trainer Kevin Ben. Owner is Stormont Meadows. Go Roscoe 5. Bob McClure in the seat. Roger Mayotte for Just in Time Stable. RAW Equine Incorporated, Ben Moudry and Brittany Mayotte. Here's 6 Bubble Up. Scott Young at the lines. Tim Chueco trains and owns with Gary Green. 7 Sapphire Steve. Mark McDonald drives for trainer Carmen High, who owns along with Kevin, Scott High, and Peter Klepfer. The 8 is Wheeler Sealster. Eddie Green for trainer Keelan Green. Celeste Hill owns. Number 9, Green 19s, driven by Todd Ratchford. Matt Bax trains for Back Stable, Harbor Racing Stable, Brillo Farms, and Peter Porter. And Dusty Rhodes, the 10, driven by Todd Arborth. Tim Chueco trains and owns with Trevor Chueco, Gary Green, and Joel Gates. That's your group for race number 10 to kick off our late pick 4. Post time in 5 minutes.
They're on track here as we get set for race number 10. This is going to wrap up that middle pick 5, but this is also going to kick off that late pick 4. And there's a look at our top selection, Randy. Bubble Up right now at 3-1. I think that's really good value here on this Son of Chapter 7, one that I've labeled my rebound play. He looks sharp out there, and he just had a tough trip last time out. And I'm hoping that he doesn't have to work out as tough of a trip last time out, because he really was moving well on the end of it. You can make the argument he could have been third. But still, I mean, you can give him a major excuse for last time out.
He just never really was able to get into the race. He was parked the whole mile, but he never got any closer. He gets away at the quarter pole. He's 7th, parked by 8.5, and by the half, he's lost 2 lengths already, and he's still parked. And then all of a sudden, he makes up a couple of lengths in the third quarter, but it just wasn't enough. With that 27-4 on the end of it. I liked him last week, but honestly, John, I didn't think he was quite as sharp as he was the week before, but he looks sharp tonight. This is a good presentation this guy's throwing out there tonight. The ears are completely up. He really, really looks good.
I don't think he's going to be snap leaving to go, in a top 3 position by any means. But again, this is a horse that even if he gets away mid-pack, I think that he can withstand going first up if he has to, especially, in this group, and especially with the talent that this guy possesses. You just don't want to have to be first up getting away towards the back of the pack. But he should be able to work out, get a target to chase, and hopefully he can work out an easier trip. There's a look at the current favorite at 5-2, I Am. Solid runner-up finish last time out to Captain Nathan, one who you loved tonight before being scratched. He's not the fastest off the gate, though. That's the thing, but his efforts have been sharp as of late.
Yeah, I mean, nice horse. We picked up this guy early when Herb first started racing him. A nice horse. Looks sharp out there tonight. James is having a good night. I threw him in for second. Multiple moves in that last effort, and like you said, got picked off by a really, really hot Captain Nathan. But the big thing is, like you also said, sometimes he does have a tendency to start a little bit slow, and with an inside position on the gate, I think there's a couple of the other ones here that might beat him out of there on foot, and it might put him, in a spot where he's going to have a lot of ground to make up.
Dusty Rhodes never had a chance last time out, but was in against tougher. He does draw further outside now, post number 10, but he's in a much more manageable spot. I've been so impressed with the way this Tim Chueco trainee has been racing. Some of those efforts have been tough trips, but he's still been picking up good pieces despite that.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking, was maybe that Scotty and Tyler might be able to work as a little bit of a team. Both horses are live, Bubble Up and Dusty Rhodes. Scott had a choice to go to either one of them. He elects to go to Bubble Up. Dusty Rhodes picks up Tyler Borth tonight. I like I said, I just think that they could kind of work a little bit as a team here, not get in each other's way, but maybe try to help each other out a little.
Yeah, we'll go Roscoe. He's won that. We've seen good efforts from him in the past. Just one win in 13 career tries for the son of Green Manalishi. But again, we saw Roger Mayotte and Bob McClure team up for a nice victory last time out. Curious to see what this guy's going to do here tonight. Yet again, like Get the Green did last night, he looks sharp out there.
He does. He looks incredibly sharp. Maybe not quite what we were seeing last night with Get the Green, but really, really sharp looking horse.
All right, they're getting set to go to the gate here for race number 10. No, this doesn't kick off the late double. It kicks off the late pick 4. 13 tonight, Chad. How you feeling?
Feeling good, ready to roll. We got a few more to go here on this Monday 13 pack. Still time for you to play that late pick 4 as the pool continues to climb towards 20,000. 2-1 right now on number 3, IM. 5-2 on Bubble Up. And 7-2 on the outside, it's Dusty Rhodes. It's post time for race number 10. Starting gate swings to the top of the stretch. Horses and drivers all lined up. Here they come. Good looking start and away they go. They're off and trotting and Borth trying to send Dusty Rhodes after a fast start from the 10 hole. Others are going to charge out of there as well, including Bubble Up and Sapphire Steve. Now Sapphire Steve is going to cross over in front of Bubble Up, and charging after that one is Dusty Rhodes. To the inside 4th is Mass Bar. Outside of that one, I Am. Parked right now heading to the opening turn. Then along the pylons is Nixon Bixen in 6th. Tucking 7th is Stormont Shanley Boy. In front of Go Roscoe. And then Wheeler Sealster and Green 19 at the back. 27-1 opening quarter. Dusty Rhodes from the 10 hole. Made front and leads 3 in the backstretch at 2-1 in front of Sapphire Steve, who's 3 clear. Bubble Up. I Am trots 4th. 5th one is Mass Bar. Then Nixon, Bixen, Stormont, Shanley Boy. Further back, it's Go Roscoe. A break of 3 to Wheeler Sealster, and Green 19 continues to trail. Single file, field of 10 with Dusty Rhodes showing the way. Is going to get them to the midway point. He's just over a length in front of Sapphire Steve, and a starting up Bubble Up for a step out of 3rd. Half and 57-1. I Am a second over 4th. To the inside 5th is Mass Bar. Stormont Shanley Boy swings to the outside 3rd over. Nixon Bixen giving away on the inside. Outside of that one is Go Roscoe. Picking up a position from the back is Green 19. Wheeler Sealster now trails. Less than 3/8 to go off stride when setting up second over. That's I Am has made a break heading to the final turn. So Dusty Rhodes still on top. Nearly 2. 125 and 4 3/4. Bubble Up on the outside getting closer to the stablemate. In behind is Sapphire Steve. Mass Bar swinging wider and starts to roll here for McNair. It's Dusty Rhodes leading. Sapphire Steve nowhere to go. On the outside is Bubble Up, and Mass Bar continues to close as well. Dusty Rhodes, Bubble Up, and Mass Bar starting to mow them down now. Here comes Mass Bar, McNair, Stormont Shanley Boy. Mass Bar to the line first. It's Mass Bar to give McNair his 3rd of the night in 154 and 3. 2-6, 4-10 unofficial. Race 10 winner, number 2, Mass Bar. Back in front of us is the 3-year-old Bay filly by Bar Hopping. From the Muscle Mass, Dan Rosie's Masterpiece. Stride 9 Racing owns. Greg McNair and Doug McNair team up for the 3rd time tonight. Mass Bar with her first of the year in 5 tries, now a 2-time winner. It's a lifetime best, 154-3. Mass Bar at 6-1. Two Mass Bar pays $14.70, 710, $4.90. Second, number 6, Bubble Up, $4.10, $3.20. Third, number 4, Stormont Shanley Boy, $7.50. The $2 Exacta, $77.90 try, $290.25. Super, $748.75. $2 double pays $79.50. A $1 pick 3 is $51.50. And tonight's mid pick 5 for $1, $209.80. 3,300 plus live in the late pick 4 pool. That was nearly 31,000. And the late pick 5 update 882.04. Drivers all lined up. Here they come. Pretty good looking start, and away they go. They're off and trotting and Borth trying to send Dusty Rhodes after a fast start from the 10 hole. Others are going to charge out of there as well, including Bubble Up and Sapphire Steve. Now, Sapphire Steve is going to cross over in front of Bubble Up, and charging after that one is Dusty Rhodes. To the inside 4th is Mass Bar. Outside of that one, I Am. Parked right now heading to the opening turn. Then along the pylons is Nixon, Bixon in 6th. Tucking 7th is Stormont Shanley Boy. In front of Go Roscoe. And then Wheeler Sealster and Green 19 at the back. 27-1 opening quarter. Dusty Rhodes from the 10 hole. Made front and leads 3 in the backstretch at 2-1 in front of Sapphire Steve, who's 3 clear. Bubble Up. I Am trots fourth. Fifth one is Mass Bar, then Nixon, Bixen, Stormont, Shanley Boy. Further back, it's Go Roscoe, a break of 3 to Wheeler Sealstern. Green 19 continues to trail single file. Field of 10 with Dusty Road showing the way. Is going to get them to the midway point. He's just over a length in front of Sapphire Steve, and a starting up bubble up for a step out of third. Half in 57-1. I Am a second over fourth. To the inside, fifth is Mass Bar. Stormont Shanley Boy swings to the outside, third over. Nixon Bixen giving away on the inside. Outside of that one is Go Roscoe. Picking up a position from the back is Green 19. Wheeler Sealster now trails. Less than 3/8 to go off stride when setting up second over. That's I Am has made a break heading to the final turn. So Dusty Rhodes still on top, nearly 2, 125 and 4 3/4. Bobble up on the outside, getting closer to the stablemate. In behind is Sapphire Steve. Massbar swinging wider and starts to roll here for McNair. It's Dusty Rhodes leading. Sapphire Steve nowhere to go. On the outside is Bubble Up, and Massbar continues to close as well. Dusty Rhodes, Bubble Up, and Massbar starting to mow them down now. Here comes Massbar, McNair, Stormont, Shanley Boy. Massbar to the line first. It's Massbar to give McNair his third of the night in 154 and 3. 10th race finish order. From the top down goes 9, 110, 352, 687, 4 on the bottom. Moving on, we start our stretch of Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots for the 2-year-old Pacing Colts and Geldings. First of 3 divisions carried over from Friday night. There's no changes. Post time in 11 minutes. OSS Grassroots trio pacing Colts and Geldings on parade. Number 1 is Big D Energy with Mark McDonald driving. Herb Holland trains for Triple J Stables and Jim Marino. Number 2, Cattle Tory 2. Stuart Sowerby in the blank for trainer Josh McKibben. M&S Racing Stable Incorporated owns. Pete Wren drives 3 odds on Arrowhead. Melanie Wren trains for Odds on Racing. Number 4, the Swooper, driven by Doug McNair. Greg McNair trains for Dean Lockhart, Gord Waples, and Wayne Carlton. Number 5 is HP, Follow Me. James McDonald between the wheels. Chantal Mitchell trains for Claude Amel and Jean-Tini Beltier. Title Sealster 6, driven by Travis Cullen. Jody Cullen trains for Robert Robinson and Jacqueline Donnell. Yankee Scout 7 has Jonathan Drury at the lines. Tony Beaton trains for Domain Haven Farm, Mac Nickel, Kevin McKinley. And number 8 is Cattle Tracks, driven by Louis Waugh. Dr. Ian Moore trains for Sally and Paul McDonald. That's your group for race number 11. Grassroots action starts up in about 5 minutes.
They're on track here as we get set for race number 11. We've got a field of 8 going posted, and there's a look at your 2-1 favorite, Big D Energy, a horse that we figured was going to take some support off that most recent outing. 8-1 in his debut, 2-1 right now. I don't know if looks like he's going to go off as the favorite based on the doubles and pick 3 probables. But look, when you pace the final quarter in 26-2 and make up the ground that he made up, it's a horse that merits some respect going to start number 2.
Yeah, you know what other things? One other thing that's a little bit different about him than the rest of them. He's not a cattle wash or a bulldog.
Control the moment.
This is the whole race is either cattle washes or bulldogs, except for one control the moment, So nice looking horse out there. The only thing that I think could hurt him a little bit is the rail. That's the big thing, where does he get away from the rail? It can be a tricky situation when the other horses have good wheels out of there. The Swooper made a big move from the 5-hole, John, big leaving move in 27 in a gold. Mm-hmm. This is going to be a little bit more enticing to come out of there again, wouldn't it?
Absolutely, it would be. And 5-2 right now, that's a pretty good offering on that Greg McNair trainee. And I tell you what, Greg McNair, Doug McNair, teaming up for quite a night, though, here tonight. They're having a lot of success. How about Maspar getting the job done, in the most recent race, in race number 10. So they're looking to keep the ball rolling, and they've got some great opportunities to continue that. And there's a look at the 3-horse odds on Arrowhead, 10-1. Pete Wren, Melanie Wren, another odds on racing horse for them. Son of Bulldog Hanover. And this is one that I thought, qualified okay, nothing overly flashy, but I just want to take a wait-and-see approach with him.
Yeah, this is a homebred of odds on racing. This one, I'm trying to remember if I remember that Arden Hanover. I mean, she sounds familiar, but I can't really place her, but nice looking horse out there. And I don't think that this is the deepest of the Wren horses that they brought in tonight. To tell you the truth there, I'm really kind of fixated on the one that they have in race 13.
Yeah, he's the one that I'd have a big keen eye on, but one that I want to take a wait and see approach on. But, they didn't come here for nothing, I don't think, right?
No,
and I think they're bringing in a few OSS horses, but I think there's probably a couple of them to their liking as well. 3-1 on Yankee Scout. I think he hasn't really put forth a bad effort so far in his young career. You could argue he probably should have got the job done in his career debut, but then when you look back a couple of starts later, look who he finished behind. I mean, C-Script, the Swooper. So he's been taking on some pretty good colts, and I'm curious to see what he's going to do here this evening.
Yeah, and even in that last one, Yes I Am Hanover, both of us really liked him in there, so he had a nice second in against him. Outside post, I got him in for third. I think it's a nice number that you're getting on him right now at 4-1. And to tell you the truth, I don't really think that the 7-hole is that bad of a position to start from.
My only thing with Big D Energy, as I go back to him right now, your current 2-1 favorite, is where's he going to get away off the gate? It looked like Mark couldn't really push him out of there. I mean, it took him some time to get into gear. I don't know if there's some greenness or maybe some other stuff, but again, he's fast. He's got speed. I think this is going to be a good colt. And I remember talking to Jim Marino. I believe Tuesday in training they spoke to Jim Marino, and he's really high on this Son of Control at the moment. So I thought the qualifiers were good. Start number 1 was number good, and hopefully he can continue to build on it here as well. The Super, though, are you surprised that he's the co-favorite, or did you think he would go off as the favorite in this spot tonight?
I kind of thought he would go off as the favorite, and not be anything against Big D Energy. I just thought that Big D Energy, because of the rail, would maybe scare a few people away.
All right, they're getting set to go to the gate here for race number 11. This kicks off your final pick 3 opportunity.
Lining up for the 11th race. Again, OSS Grassroots, like 2 in the season-long series for the 2-year-old Pacing Colts and Geldings. Rescheduled from Friday's cancellation. These 3 divisions now wrap up the 13-race card here tonight. Here's our first of 3 divisions. A group of 8, slightly favored. It's the 4, the Swooper, 3rd in his OSS debut. That was at the gold level. He'll try Grassroots here tonight. Rookies are all lined up now at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Picking up speed at the start, and away they go. Often pacing in the Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots, and the Swooper leaves out of there alertly along with Tidal Seal Stir, and even quicker from the far outside, Cattle Tracks. Cattle Tracks drive his way right to the front. He'll lead them to the opening turn with the Swooper securing a spot in the pocket. Tidal Seal Stir is going to tuck 3rd now in front of Big D Energy. Late money goes to him 6-5. Race favorite Big D Energy is 4th right now, but a good 8 off the early lead of Cattle Tracks, who's pumped up into the backstretch after a 26-3 opening quarter. He leads by about 6 in front of the Swooper, then Tidal Sealster and Big D Energy. 5th one back is Yankee Scout. In 6th, we find Cattle Tory 2 next to last. It's Odds On Arrowhead, another 2 to the trailer HP Follow Me. Single file are the rookies, chasing Cattle Tracks, who's freewheeling on top here, leading by about 4. The Swooper in 2nd and Tidal Sealster 3rd, halfway home in 56-2. Big D Energy 4th and brought to the outside in front of Yankee Scout. To the inside, saving ground is Odds On Arrowhead. Backing through horses now is Cattle Tory 2. To the outside of that one is HP Follow Me. 3/8 remains. Cattle Tracks lead down to 3. In front of the Swooper and Tidal Sealster. Wide there briefly was Big D Energy. Now he's going to go to the second over cover. He's up to 4th and within contention. 3/4, 124-4. Cattle Tracks, the one to track down. Tidal Sealster getting closer on the outside, and then tipping wide. Big D Energy starts to close here for Mark McDonald, and the Swooper trying to rally between horses. Cattle Tracks inside. Big D Energy continues to make positive gains on the outside here, and Big D Energy straight and strong on the end of it, and he'll go by to win the Grassroots. It's Big D Energy by about 3 over the Swooper, and then Cattle Tracks and Tidal Sealster in 152-1. One 486 unofficial. Winner of race 11, capturing the Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots, first division of the night, is number 1, Big D Energy. 2-year-old brown gelding by Control the Moment from the American Ideal Dam. Arm in Arm is a winning homebred for owner Triple J Stables. Jim Reno shares on the ownership. Herb Holland trains Mark McDonald with his second win of the night. Big D Energy in start number 2 breaks his maiden. Sharp looking effort in 1:52.1. Number 1, Big D Energy, 450, 270, 220. Second, number 4, The Swooper, 340, 250. Third, 8 Candle Tracks, 360. $14.90 for the $2 exacta. $1 try, $27.30. $1 super, $78.40. $2 double is $39.70. $1 pick, $395.80. A little more than 1,000 remains live in the pick 4. $262.84 in tonight's late pick 5. Top of the stretch, here they come. Picking up speed at the start, and away they go. Often pacing in the Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots, and the Swooper leaves out of there alertly along with Tidal Seal Stir, and even quicker from the far outside, Cattle Tracks. Cattle Tracks drive his way right to the front. He'll lead them to the opening turn with the Swooper securing a spot in the pocket. Tidal Seal Stir is going to tuck third. Now in front of Big D Energy. Late money goes to him 6-5. Race favorite Big D Energy is fourth right now, but a good 8 off the early lead of Cattle Tracks, who's pumped up into the backstretch after a 26-3 opening quarter. He leads by about 6 in front of the Swooper, then Tidal Sealster and Big D Energy. 5th one back is Yankee Scout. In 6th, we find Cattle Tori 2 next to last. It's Odds On Arrowhead, another 2 to the trailer HP Follow Me. Single file are the rookies, chasing Cattle Tracks, who's freewheeling on top here, leading by about 4. The Swooper in 2nd and Tidal Sealster 3rd, halfway home in 56 and 2. Big D Energy 4th and brought to the outside in front of Yankee Scout. To the inside, saving ground is Odds On Arrowhead. Backing through horses now is Cattle Tori 2. To the outside of that one is HP Follow Me. 3/8 remains. Cattle Tracks lead down to 3. In front of the Swooper and Tidal Sealster. Wide there briefly was Big D Energy. Now he's going to go to the second over cover. He's up to 4th and within contention. 3/4, 124 and 4. Cattle Tracks, the one to track down. Tidal Sealster getting closer on the outside. And then tipping wide, Big D Energy starts to close here for Mark McDonald. And the Swooper trying to rally between horses. Cattle Tracks inside. Big D Energy continues to make positive gains on the outside here. And Big D Energy straight and strong on the end of it. And he'll go by to win the Grassroots. It's Big D Energy by about 3 over the Swooper. And then Cattle Tracks and Tidal Sealster in 152 and 1. Finish order race 11 from the top is 175, 284, 6 and 3 on the bottom. We're off to race 12 next. Second division of the Grassroots for those rookie pacing colts and geldings. Number 7, Mark the Mechanic, goes blind to blinkers. Post times in 11 minutes. Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots, race 12. Here's number 1, Just Keep Flying. Trevor Henry drives. Scott McEnany trains and owns with Varsakis Racing Line, Share Investments Incorporated, and Kentucky Farm Incorporated. Number 2, Southwind Spino. Mark McDonald drives. Tony Beaton trains and owns with David Mercer, AQE CSL, and Timothy Hayes. The 3 is Cherry Bomber. James McDonald aboard. Kyle Fellows for Jim and Elizabeth Ross, along with Irene Carey. Number 4, Second Opinion. Jody Jameson, the driver. Meg Crone, the trainer. Bill Donovan owns. Tyler Borth in the seat behind 5. Never Again. Blake McIntosh trains for Stephen Klanowski. 6 is T.H. Theo. Doug McNair drives for trainer Greg McNair. Frank Brundle, Mac Nickel, Jeffrey Skinner, the owners. Number 7, Mark the Mechanic. Louis Waugh at the lines. Gerard Demers trains for La Ferme Tag Incorporated. Marc Lemay, Jean-Roch Marois, and Sly Stables Incorporated. And number 8 has got the moves with Travis Henry aboard. Murray Brother trains for Hutt Racing Stable. That's your group for race number 12 to kick off our late double. Post time in 5 minutes.
Nice rally there by Big D Energy. Certainly was coming on strong on the end of it. Nice, really nice effort. Was able to build off that try.
Yeah, no, you know, I mean, and hello to Control the Moment.
Yeah.
You know, Cattle Wash and Bulldog Hanover are not quite ready to take over just yet. Stinky's got a little something to say about it. He's going to throw the odd one out there, too, that can get the job done.
Without a doubt, nice. 6-5, I didn't expect him to go off as the race favorite in that spot, but certainly was expecting him to take some support. They're going postward here shortly for race number 12. This is going to kick off that late double. We've got a field of 8 here, and the current 7-5 favorite, T.H. Theo. This is a great spot for the son of Cattle Wash to, you know, find his way into the winner's circle early on in his career. Again, look at the likes of who he's been taking on last time out. Gold caliber colts, right? His first career try against Go-Go Gadget, Stampede, and then the next time out he tried the gold. He's going to try his hand at a grassroots, and he should have every opportunity, but I don't think he's an absolute lock in this spot.
No, I don't look at him as a lock either. I mean, the trips haven't exactly worked out for his advantage either, you know, so maybe he's going to get a little luckier in here. He looks great out there. I mean, he's got that. The fans like him. He's 6-5 right now. He's my top pick in here, but I don't really look at him as an overlay.
I thought Mark the Mechanic raced really well in his, I should say well in his career debut. Look, he took on the likes of Atlas Ross and some other colts who I thought were doing some pacing. I thought he just had really no chance last time out. Bad post to work with, got away towards the back of the pack. I think he likely just needed to start to get his legs under him. I think he's ready for a bigger effort here tonight. It's why I pegged him as a top selection, but the betting public certainly seems to think so as well. 5-2 right now. I just think he looks pretty sharp out there, and hopefully he can build off that first career start.
Yeah, he looks really, really good out there. JR has been giving him his lessons, and they're going to go to make a couple of changes tonight. Demers, they're going to go to Louis Waugh on this guy. This will be the first time he sits behind him, and they're also going to go a bridle change, too. They're going to go from blind to a set of blinkers on this guy. My guess would be the fact that, you know, blind to blinkers, maybe he was getting a little fresh, a little hot, and they decided to temper him down a little bit in here, but he looks good in here.
Yeah, he really does look good right now as you see him in post parade. So I'm, you know, confident backing him in this spot, but 9-5, hopefully that price floats up a little bit higher. I'm intrigued by Cherry Bomber. I know not one that you don't have underneath, but this is one that Kyle Fellows is going to be sending up off the one qualifier in June, though. I mean, we're going to go about a month in between starts. That's the biggest question mark for me, and that's why I didn't really want to factor him in too highly.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way, too, and, you know, I just think that he's a horse that's probably a little bit behind, and that, you know, we're going to have to see, you know, where he goes from here. But I just don't really see them doing anything special in here tonight there. What about the 8 horse there, named after you there? Do you using him tonight?
That is definitely not named after me. I certainly don't have any moves whatsoever.
You don't move like Jagger?
Oh, I do not move like Jagger. I mean, the only Jaggers I take down are some of the drinks. I do not have any moves like him whatsoever. But
Me neither.
Tell you what, 35-1 right now. I'm not sure what to expect from him, but yeah, certainly not my namesake. That's for sure.
What about the 5 horse? I threw him in for third. Another big Jim coming in here. Blake McIntosh stable, only beaten like a little bit in his last. Every week he seems like he's been able to fire home in 27 and a bit. It might be a nice move for him too, getting away from the stake horses back to the maidens.
Yeah, I would have to agree. And again, he's kind of been driven each in different ways, right? I mean, off the pace the one time, and he was aggressively handled in start number 2. Didn't really fire as well as that first career outing. But I think this guy just needs a couple more starts to, again, just continue to show some improvement. But again, they're so young, Randy, right? Just start number 3, so you have to expect that they're just going to get better with more opportunities.
Completely agree.
All right, they're getting set to go to the gate here for race number 12. This is your last opportunity at that late double. Good luck.
Another field of 8 for the Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots, second division. 7-5 on 6TH Theo, coming out of the OSS Gold. Slightly favored over next door neighbor Mark the Mechanic. He was 5th in his debut. That was at the grassroots level. He'll remain there, hoping to build off of that experience. They're the clear choices on the board. Next closest to that pair at 7-1 is inside number 2, Southwind Spino. It's post time for the 12th race. Horses and drivers all lined up for the 12th. Here they come. And away they go. They're off in pacing in the second grassroots division of the night. And looking to drive out of there from the outside, Mark the Mechanic. Some early hustle tonight in start number 2. TH Theo's going to go with them. That's the quickest pair heading to the opening turn. Then it's Second Opinion getting away 3rd. 4th one back, that's Never Again. Followed 5th to the opening turn by Southwind Spino. Tracking that one is Cherry Bomber. The last pair are Just Keep Flying and Got the Moves. Opening quarter, speed supplied by Mark the Mechanic up there in 27-2. You'll take them into the backstretch, a length and a half in front of TH Theo second. Second Opinion is 3rd, and McNair out of the pocket with the favorite TH Theo. So here comes even money choice TH Theo to loop around Mark the Mechanic. Second Opinion still 3rd, Never Again. Tightens up a bit closer 4th. 2 in front of Southwind Spino 5th. Make it another couple to Cherry Bomber. Last 2 still Just Keep Flying and Got the Moves. TH Theo halfway home in 57-3. Mark the Mechanic is closest rival. Second Opinion 3rd and Never Again 4th. Staying in is Southwind Spino, starting up from the back and quickly picking up positions. Henry with Just Keep Flying's on the move. Last pair now are Cherry Bomber and Got the Moves. 3/8 to go. TH Theo leads. Mark the Mechanic staying with him in second. 2 more to Second Opinion. Just Keep Flying's up to 4th now. Angling to the outside is Never Again. And out of the pocket comes Mark the Mechanic to challenge TH Theo off the final turn in 126-4. Mark the Mechanic and TH Theo maybe set for a stretch battle. It's still TH Theo, though, leading inside. Mark the Mechanic trying to straighten up in the center there. He's got a length to make up, and Just Keep Flying still closing in the center of the track. It's TH Theo by a couple. Mark the Mechanic and Just Keep Flying in pursuit. TH Theo, Team McNair with the Grand Slam. It's TH Theo over Just Keep Flying to Mark the Mechanic in 154-4. 6175 unofficial. Twelfth race winner, capturing his Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots Division, number 6, TH Theo. 2-year-old Bay Colt by Cattle Wash at a sports check by Sports Rider, was bred by Terre Hill Stud Limited. He's owned by Frank Brundle, McNichol, and Jeffrey Skinner. Greg McNair and Doug McNair team up for the 4th time here tonight. TH Theo, their latest. He breaks his maiden in start number 3, won 54-4 now, a Grassroots winner. Race 12 payouts. Number 6, TH Theo, $4, $3, $2.20. Second, number 1, Just Keep Flying, $22.20 and $8.70. Third was the 7, Mark the Mechanic, $2.30. $2 Exact, $87, $30 Try, $175.70. Superfecta, $481.80. $2 Double, $860. Pick 3, $48.85. Live money in the multis to the final leg. Pick 4, $424.48. Pick 5, $124.64. Horses and drivers all lined up for the 12th. They come. And away they go. They're off in pacing in the second Grassroots division of the night. And looking to drive out of there from the outside, Mark the Mechanic. Some early hustle tonight in start number 2. TH Theo's going to go with them. That's the quickest pair heading to the opening turn. Then it's Second Opinion getting away third. Fourth one back, that's Never Again. Followed 5th to the opening turn by Southwind Spino. Tracking that one is Cherry Bomber. The last pair are Just Keep Flying and Got the Moves. Opening quarter, speed supplied by Mark the Mechanic up there in 27-2. You'll take them into the backstretch, a length and a half in front of TH Theo's second. Second Opinion is third, and McNair out of the pocket with the favorite TH Theo. So here comes even money choice TH Theo to loop around Mark the Mechanic. Second Opinion still third, Never Again. Tightens up a bit closer fourth. 2 in front of Southwind Spino fifth. Make it another couple to Cherry Bomber. Last 2 still Just Keep Flying and Got the Moves. TH Theo halfway home in 57-3. Mark the Mechanic is closest rival. Second Opinion third, and Never Again fourth. Staying in is Southwind Spino, starting up from the back and quickly picking up positions. Henry with Just Keep Flying's on the move. Last pair now are Cherry Bomber and Got the Moves. 3/8 to go. TH Theo leads. Mark the Mechanic staying with him in second. 2 more to Second Opinion. Just Keep Flying's up to fourth now. Angling to the outside is Never Again. And out of the pocket comes Mark the Mechanic to challenge T.H. Theo off the final turn in 1:26.4. Mark the Mechanic and T.H. Theo maybe set for a stretch battle. It's still T.H. Theo, though, leading inside. Mark the Mechanic trying to straighten up in the center there. He's got a length to make up. And Just Keep Flying still closing in the center of the track. It's T.H. Theo by a couple. Mark the Mechanic and Just Keep Flying in pursuit. T.H. Theo. Team McNair with the Grand Slam. It's T.H. Theo over Just Keep Flying and Mark the Mechanic in 1:54.4. Here's how they all finished in race 12. From the top, it is 2, 7th placed 8th, 8th placed 7th, 5, 4, 1, 3, and 6 on the bottom. 13th and finale is coming up next. Third division of the OSS Grassroots for those 2-year-old pacing colts and geldings. High Five available to play, almost $26,000 in carryover money. Number 3, Cheddar Luck next time. Steel to aluminum up front. Scratch the 6th, the Dancer's King. Judges scratch. Post time in 12 minutes. To your pacing colts and geldings for the third OSS Grassroots Division. Leading parade number 1, C-Script. Doug McNair drives. Greg McNair trains and owns with McKinley and Fielding M&S Racing Stable Incorporated, along with Dr. Chris Robson. Number 2 is Powell Bay Jim Bob. Daryl Thiessen drives. Joe McIsaac trains for Ian, Lorna, David, and Edith Smith. Cheddar Luck Next Time 3 as James McDonald at the controls. Tony Montini trains for Albino Montini Quongsamlo, Vincent Albanese, and Francesco Ficelli. Number 4 is Odds On Hoaxster. Pete Wren drives for trainer Melanie Wren. Odds On Racing owns. Number 5 in the group, Ozzie Farrow, driven by Louis Waugh. Mike Vanderkamp for Diana Secord. Scratch the 6. Number 7, Nightlife's Legacy. Mark McDonald drives for trainer Sean Stacy. Hudson Standardbred Stable Incorporated owns. And the 8 is No More X's. Travis Henry for trainer Murray Brother. Dan Serafian, the owner. That's your field. Race number 13 to close things out on a busy Monday. Post time in 5 minutes.
They're on track here as we get set for the 13th and final race on this Monday night program, and we've got a field of 7 grassroots colts going in tonight, and I think this is the deepest division of the bunch here this evening, Randy, and I'm excited for this finale. Right now, there's a look at your 1 to 2 favorite C-Script. That's going to be your top selection and the bettor's choice as well. He's done no wrong in 2 starts, and he continues to drop time. He's been pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, the other 2 colts that they both raced good. They both raced in golds, dropped back down to here, but I'm still not 100% sure if this isn't the best one that's going to be staying in the grassroots. So I just love everything about this guy, and I loved everything about the way that he's raced so far. So he certainly hasn't disappointed me yet.
Handy and fast, 2 really good traits, but he's got the speed, that's for sure. There's a look at the 3-horse. That's Cheddar Luck Next Time, one that Anthony Montini trains. A recent purchase here from the former connections, and this is a colt who I think has raced well over his last 2 tries. I pegged him as my best bet here in this spot. I think he's been good. He's going to need to find a little bit more, but the foundation's there. I'm just hoping Tony can find a little bit more in here tonight.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think the foundation is really solid on this guy coming out of from the Rays. And, you know, Montini just does good. Simple as that. You know, he's a very, very smart, underrated kind of a horseman. And when he gets a new horse into his barn, there's usually a pretty big upswing with them. I threw him in for second. Steel to aluminum up front for Cheddar Luck Next Time. Best of luck, you guys.
The second choice right now is going to be the Hoosier Shipper. Odds On Hoaxster, a son of Bulldog Hanover that Odds On Racing is going to be sending out. And there's a look at him. And his qualifiers were extremely sharp, though, Randy. And I got a chance to watch him warm up ahead of race 13. And he was just out there playful, throwing his head around, jumping up and down. Just a horse that, you know, showing a lot of personality out there. I don't know how that's going to translate to the racetrack. And Pete Wren typically, I mean, you look at some of those charges that he's had over the last couple of years. The horses will race good. Just not a high percentage winning barn off qualifiers per se, but I'm expecting a good effort from him. But he's just a sharp-looking colt out there.
Yeah, he's really, really nice-looking colt, bouncing around, you know, having a good time out there. Got a pair of quarter boots on. I'll give him $1 if he can leave them on. That's the big thing about quarter boats. Usually you put them on, they look great, and then about 2 steps out of the gate, they're gone. They pick them off. So hopefully he leaves them on. But, yeah, really nice-looking colt. And, you know, Pete's in a good situation here, I think. You know, if he wants to go out of there and, you know, make a little bit of, make a little noise with odds on Hoaxster, I think he can do that. I hope he does kind of put this guy into play. I like the look of him out there.
Yeah, I think this is probably the big reason why he decided to come here and race some of those starters here this evening. This guy looks like he could be, a very interesting horse this year, and the qualifier certainly indicated just that. But yeah, it's got a little bit of personality to him, something that I like. Any of the long shots out here on this race that maybe stand out to you a little bit, though, Randy? Everybody else practically in well above double digits.
Yeah, the only one that I like this 5-horse a little bit. This Ozzy Farrell. I love the barn that he comes out of. Vanderkamp does a really, really good job. And you've heard me say this a few times before. I truly do believe that Century Pharaoh was a bit underrated as a stallion. I think that he's put some nice horses out there for the very limited opportunities that he's had. And this is another Century Pharaoh. I think that at some point within the next year or two, we're going to see a Century Pharaoh maybe, be one of the top tier kind of a horse.
All right, that's going to wrap up Monday night action here. Thanks for sticking around for 13. Thanks for playing along as well. And I'll be back with you next week. Randy, enjoy the next few nights. Enjoy the off nights, and you have yourself a good week as well. And Chad, you have yourself a good night, and best of luck this weekend as well.
You as well. Enjoy the adios, John. We'll see you back here in a couple of weeks. Lining up here for the finale on a Monday night. Closed it out with our third OSS Grassroots division for the two-year-old Pacing Colts and Geldings. Heavily favored is the undefeated C-Script from the inside. For the white-hot team of Doug and Greg McNair. Few doors down, odds on Hoaxster. Very sharp looking in the qualifiers at Hoosier Park. Will come here for Team Wren and debut, and Cheddar Luck next time to the inside getting play as well. They're all lined up for race 13. Two-year-old Pacing Colts and Geldings set to go. Field picks up speed. They're at the start, and away they go. And on the gate was Ozzy Farrell, ready to go forward here. And that one's going to sprint out along with Cheddar Luck next time. And C-Script into the top three. Tucking behind him fourth is odds on Hoaxster in front of Pownell Bay Jim Bob. The last pair in front of us, No More X's and Life's Legacy. Single file, field of 7 heading to the opening turn. And it's Waugh and Ozzy Farrell to lead the charge. Cheddar Luck next time in the 2-hole. 2.5 in front of C-Script. The heavy favorite is third. 2 clear of odds on Hoaxster. 28-1 opening quarter. Pownell Bay Jim Bob continues 5th. Another 2 then to No More X's. Nightlife's Legacy can see them all from the trailing position. There's Cheddar Luck next time. Moving around Ozzy Farrell. Soon to be back into the pocket as C-Script is moving up here in the backstretch for McNair at C-Script. Charging up and set to sweep by. There he goes. C-Script takes over. Cheddar Luck next time back to the deuce. And Ozzy Farrell, the early leader, now third. Odds on Hoaxster continues fourth by the half, and 56-4 go the rookies. And then it's Pownell Bay Jim Bob. No More X's and another 2 to Nightlife's Legacy. Into this bend they go towards 5/8. C-Script controls the pace. Cheddar Luck next time in second. Ozzy Farrell third. There goes on the move. Wren out of fourth with odds on Hoaxster. And he's first up. And that's going to get the pockets hitter Cheddar Luck next time out of the deuce here to challenge C-Script, heading to the final turn. Odds on Hoaxster taking over third here. 3/4 in 125-2, and it's C-Script on top. Cheddar Luck next time was the one that popped the pocket, but he's got 2 to try and make up here on C-Script, who's pacing hard on the lead, and then in behind that pair's odds on Hoaxster, pacing hard as well, but C-Script has still got a couple to the good, and it's Monday domination for the maroon, black, and whites. Team McNair with their 5th. C-Script, their latest, he remains undefeated through 3 starts, 152-1. It's a grassroots score for C-Script. Odds on Hoaxster and Cheddar Luck next time round out the try. 1, 3, 4, 8, and 2 unofficial. Still perfect after his first 3 career starts. It's number 1, C-Script. Back in front of us, back-to-back at the grassroots level for the 2-year-old Bay Colt by Sports Writer. Out of the Captain Treacherous Dam, Shark Hanover. It's a winning homebred for owners Greg McNair, McKinley Fielding, M&S Racing Stable Incorporated, and Dr. Chris Robson. Greg McNair and Doug McNair. Heck of a Monday for this duo. 5 wins together. Their latest C-Script. Perhaps the best of them all. 3 for 3 now. 152-1. A new lifetime mark for C-Script in the 13th. Number 1, C-Script, returns 320, 220, 210. Second, number 3, Cheddar Luck Next Time, 310, 210. Third, 4 odds on Hoaxter, 240. $2 exacta, $7. Dollar tries, $6.80. $1 super, $48.40. Jackpot high 5 for $1, 94.10. The carryover to Thursday, $29,487.27. Late double for $2, $7. Dollar pick 3, 10.40. 98.10 for the dollar pick 4. $1 pick 5, 523 even. That does it for a 13-race program on this Monday night. Thanks for being with us, everybody. Next couple of nights, we are dark. Racing does return on Thursday with hopefully a nice, smooth 5-day rotation coming up. 11 dashes at 6:30. Catch the pregame show at 5:45. Thanks again for being with us, everybody. Enjoy the early portion of your week, and we hope to see you all back here on Thursday. Good night. up for race 13. 2-year-old pacing, Colts and Gelding set to go. Field picks up speed. They're at the start and away they go. And on the gate was Ozzie Farrow ready to go forward here. And that one's going to sprint out along with Cheddar Luck next time. And C-Script into the top 3. Tucking behind him fourth is Odds-On Hoaxster in front of Pownell Bay Jim Bob. The last pair in front of us, No More X's and Nice Life's Legacy. Single file, field of 7 heading to the opening turn. And it's Juan, Ozzie Farrow to lead the charge. Cheddar Luck next time in the 2-hole. 2.5 in front of C-Script. The heavy favorite is third. 2 clear of Odds-On Hoaxster. 28-1 opening quarter. Pownell Bay Jim Bob continues 5th. Another 2 then to No More X's. Nightlife's Legacy can see them all from the trailing position. There's Cheddar Luck next time. Moving around Ozzie Farrow. Soon to be back into the pocket as C-Script is moving up here in the backstretch for McNair. It's C-Script charging up and set to sweep by. There he goes. C-Script takes over. Cheddar Luck next time back to the deuce. And Ozzie Farrow, the early leader, now third. Odds-On Hoaxster continues fourth by the half, and 56-4 go the rookies. And then it's Pownell Bay Jim Bob. No More X's and another 2 to Nightlife's Legacy. Into this bend they go towards 5/8. C-Script controls the pace. Cheddar Luck next time in second. Ozzie Farrow third. There goes on the move. Wren out of fourth with Odds-On Hoaxster. And he's first up. And that's going to get the pockets hitter Cheddar Luck next time out of the deuce here to challenge C-Script. Heading to the final turn. Odds-On Hoaxster taking over third here. 3/4 in 125-2, and it's C-Script on top. Cheddar Luck next time was the one that popped the pocket, but he's got 2 to try and make up here on C-Script, who's pacing hard on the lead, and then in behind that pair's Odds-On Hoaxster pacing hard as well, but C-Script has still got a couple to the good, and it's Monday domination for the maroon, black, and whites. Team McNair with their 5th. C-Script, their latest, he remains undefeated through 3 starts, 152-1. It's a grassroots score for C-Script. Odds-On Hoaxster and Cheddar Luck next time round out the try.